question that was on the table, which is why would Republicans not leave? What are they doing to make them stay? I don't think they have to do anything. That ain't no goddamn answer. I land.
So I do think one of like the big draws was inflation, right, and lowering the cost of food. Neither of which are really going down. Inflation is still going up, and so is the cost of fucking everything, right? So I honestly think like if Republicans were to able to find solutions to either of those things, which they really can't, maybe they could retain the people. But I also think that it's a lost opportunity for Democrats. Like just run on that exact same talking point and hammer Republicans on it. But anyways, I'm done.
It's a good point, Mike. I mean, sorry, mother.
What'd you say, Omari? I'm sorry. I didn't hear
No,
that.
that's a good point. I don't mind talking Mike and mother.
Mike P.
Calm down, calming down.
So,
It's so easy.
Omari, calm it down, calm it down, calm it down. You know what? Fuck you, Omari. Is that better?
We know him way too bad.
Calm it down.
Yes.
I know my brother did
Calm
not
it
get
down.
it.
What's really revealing what you said is that Republicans, and it just makes you guys look foolish. I don't know if you were trying to do that or just maybe it's the truth. So they have to do nothing. It has to be something driving this force because what the Democrats are do or are trying to do and achieve, giving health care, giving you food in the form of SNAP benefits. We shouldn't have to argue about food in a fat ass country with people using drugs to get skinny. We shouldn't have to argue about that fucking bullshit. But Republicans are cutting food. Is that the way to give us the diet without the Ozempic? They're cutting education. The FAFSA was a fucking mess this year, right? They reduced the Pell Grants to the kids who want to go to school, but you always harping about, oh, you get that double, then you get an education, you better learn how to reprogram robots, you better go to do this, you better go to do that. We got too many foreign doctors coming in the country. You better go to try to go do this. You're standing on the street corners, you're wasting the time, you're not doing nothing, you just got your pants hanging, but you won't help the people that want to truly go to school and fill these jobs.
Lisa,
Worried about these people who are coming here to work in these positions that need to be, you cannot no longer walk around here and not be qualified enough to fix the computers, to fix the robots, to be able to do the AI work. You cannot just walk in off the fucking street of playing computer games in your fucking basement and think you're gonna do these jobs, but yet they're cutting Pell Grants and making these kids take out more loans. Everything you guys touch turned to shit. Okay? Nobody is in here talking about, okay, so let's get the schools together. Let's make it easier for kids to go to college. Let's give them health care so they won't walk around sick. Let's give these people down in the Appalachians dental care so they can stop talking with a list because they have no teeth. Let's get Wi-Fi to everybody so they'll be able to surf the internet and do their homework. Let's get clean water to the areas that don't have clean water. None of this is being discussed. It's just cut, chop, 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 blame. At least the Democrats were trying to help the people. Where is our tax money going now? What am I putting out this kind of money every fucking year for what? For whom?
Breaking news, Lisa.
for Trump, actually,
Trump answered
breaking
your
news.
Trump answered your question. He just boosted funding for HBCUs.
Holy
Grants
cow.
for white
Okay,
colleges.
thank
They
you.
literally just cut
It was a white
HBCUs.
collar.
What do you even say?
It was a white collar.
Let's
They just put hundreds of millions.
Let's go through this with, okay.
Linda
Go ahead,
McMahon
Paul,
just
keep
did
talking.
this.
September 15th, read the article, brother. Read it.
Okay, does anybody know the true story? Does anybody in here, did you guys take the time?
The money that he took, if he told
What about the foods?
already for most minority schools that weren't following whatever bullshit. And they had taken money for HBCUs before, so basically he was giving the money fucking back.
Right.
Fucking 2 part monthly fucking, yeah, crazy, man.
Correct.
Yeah.
I mean, That's not the full story. That's not the full
And
story.
Omari, you mentioned that he did no tax on tips. What people don't know is that that expires December 2028, so like a month or maybe 3 weeks before he leaves office, that no tax on tips and OT expires. It's not.
So you know they're gonna renew it. You know they're gonna.
We don't know that. No,
The Democrats,
but
the Democrats be able to, they don't.
We need to break down the what Omari was talking about with this. You know, this will go toward quote directed away from quote ineffective and discriminatory programs toward those which support student success. They will be dictating exactly what kind of education this will go to. $60 million will go toward funding for charter schools. $137 million will go toward American history and civic grants. They're not even reinstituting. I mean, again, it is important to show that this funding was cut and now being reinstated, but also it will not be directed in the same way that it was before. It is disingenuous to suggest that this is just a great thing. People need to go into the details, or else we confuse and ultimately lie to people.
And Tor, you know what's interesting? Why didn't they say fuck Mackenzie Scott? And this $7 million she donated to HBCUs. Y'all didn't want to say that though,
Because she's not, because she is not an orange man. That is why. He does not care about those things.
That's $7 million coming from a civilian. I think it's still the money and it's now returning.
And Omari like headlines, he don't read shit. I'm just like this.
I was just going by the conversation. I was like, I know y'all didn't talk about it on the 15th, but I just thought I had that article in my back pocket for y'all. But are you want to listen to the rest of the clip, Lisa?
No, we wanna stop the lies. I wanna make sure I get something because you guys need to really why would Trump do anything for HBCU? You should ask yourself that, cause he wants blacks.
You know it's
He
black.
wants blacks educated, so let me just find this.
The good blacks.
Man, I know that article did not stop the room. Come on, Lisa.
And Lisa, the money is going to ICE. ICE has more funding than all the other civilian law enforcement federal agencies combined. So if we combine the funding for the FBI, the DEA, ATF, U.S. Marshals, and all the other federal law enforcement, so you combine all of their funding, it's still not up to what ICE got in this.
ICE budget is bigger than France's military.
You know what ICE got? You know what ICE got this year also? Graphite.
What's that, bro?
Look up graphite. Why the fuck would ICE need that?
I just posted a link earlier. ICE was holding a 5-year-old girl, get the parents to come outside so they could detain her.
What?
Yeah. I posted a link in the chat.
And why after a white boy murders Charlie Kirk, HBCUs have to go on lockdown?
Try to kill two birds with one stone. Who's saying it?
So Haitian, that's Israeli spyware?
Yep.
For ICE?
Yeah.
What do you need spyware for?
Hey, y'all think I'm crazy and shit. Try to drop little gems here and there, but they've had it for almost a year now, bro.
I heard about it.
This is crazy.
And it's not, but out of all the agencies, why would it be ICE?
ICE, exactly. Why do they need it? Wow.
Everybody can
And ICE doesn't stand for, ICE really stands for Inner City Enforcement.
Everybody read what Mike P put in the chat.
Lord.
I literally said that to him yesterday. He literally took my exact words
I did
and
not.
put it back in the chat against us.
Why are you saying
What is wrong with you?
I did not.
You are a cold brain. I literally said that yesterday. I absolutely, and I'm gonna go find it, and I'm gonna put it in my PTR.
There you go.
You can't even think on your own, nigga. You can't even think on your own. I'm born again.
you're just, yeah, you're right. And you want to know some prayer.
You can't even come up with your own. You can't come up with your own sentence.
You're just
You are a dumb. Okay, let me go get it.
This is hilarious. Well,
It's gonna be hilarious when I show everybody. Cause see, that's what I'm doing to you tonight. I'm exposing all of your shit tonight. And whenever you get ready to say whether or not Trump is an offender, I don't give a fuck what you say. Until you can say that he is a sex offender, I don't give a fuck what you say.
It's a rhetorical statement. It's a rhetorical question. We all know the facts. It is what it is.
Lisa and Deborah, but you know one thing the Republicans are good at? Actually, not answering questions. No, besides that.
What else are we doing?
Them motherfuckers love crashing grinding. I don't know.
Grinder shit again.
I don't know what's up with that shit. Y'all love crashing that shit. What's up with that?
Wait,
How do you guys know the grinder?
What did he say? There's no undercover LGBTQs on the Democratic side.
No, Curtis, you can step on my line. You can't step on my intelligence.
It happened at a Republican National Convention.
Why does that matter? Why does that matter?
It matters because they're the ones that are so anti-LGBT, especially trans, and they're the ones that are crashing the site. Don't you find that funny?
We have a lot of different
They're the ones that are the most anti-LGBT.
Mother's gay. Like mother.
Why would that not be interesting to talk about? But do it at a funeral, though. That's the best part.
Do it at a funeral. Okay.
Whoa.
What's going on?
Point of information. Mother is gay.
Yeah.
For real?
That's what a wife.
Wait a minute. What's going on?
I've been a faggot for a long time. Y'all need to keep up.
Oh yeah. Y'all didn't know.
Amari, come on, bro.
Omari, really?
Why
But to be fair, Omar, I'm like a minority within that.
Yes.
Like it's like what 90%.
We got Brandon Strong. We have
Most gays have more sense than mother.
I'm like the black conservatives. That's pretty much like we're the minority within the minority.
Right.
Only a small minority.
But you know what? You know what, brother? You know what? But they think that every Republican, every MAGA is just this, like that Drewski skit where he's like, hey, you know, that's what they think about us, and it's sad. You are. They're not. You're such a You are. That was what you are. Be like Gemini. Go hang out with some Republicans. Like when I was traveling, you know these people like these people
Than your dumb ass, trust me on that one.
they let these people, they had a guest room. Guess what? They let me stay in the guest room with their family in the house. These are the whitest of white people. I mean, I think they have raisins and that potato salad.
Be fair, Maury, were they them dudes the cooks? Did they pay you for the night? Is that what happened?
No, come on, no, man, no.
Racial epithets.
No, I mean, they
I love that movie. I love Be Cool when he says that. Racial
epithets. I would say these. I mean, trust me, there are. You have the Nick Fuentes, and you have these fucking people like Freddie who sits on his app, who was a piece of shit. We don't fuck with them. We don't even acknowledge them. We show them no credence. The whole goal was to try to take the Republican back from these white.
Wait, so which we are we talking about?
We as the black people were trying to
The gay and black Republicans?
The black, like the minority.
White guy saying that is crazy.
I know. Especially West Coast.
Really?
But that's your Democrats, and that's your black Democrats that allow that.
I would take
Who
him.
is the we, Amari? Who is the we?
Hold on. Mike, you are not part of the team, Mike. You are not fucking team.
Of course you would.
Crack ass motherfucker.
Of course you
So
would.
I'm gonna break something to you. So there was the whole goal that I had a team try to do this. We were trying to infiltrate the Republican Party and take it back from these white supremacists.
Like if we can take it back.
Like that. Right. So we was trying. So when they were doing the first step back was with Tim Scott. There was her name was Dr. Tamara. right? They were doing that in 2017. They were starting that. They were working with Van Jones and working with other people. The goal was to try, and it was they're also building tiny homes and shit around Arizona for veterans and shit like that. I was part of that. I will tell you this: we tried hard to really get black people to join the Republican Party. We tried to get people to run for office. We had people like Aja Smith. I can show you a picture with her that I took with her. We was trying to get a lot of these black people. You look at my picture roll, there's another person. She's in my picture. That's not my wife. That's someone else running for office. We was trying to get events for them. We tried. We tried to bring them back to normal.
Yeah, but you knew where you fucked up?
We fucked up thinking that we would we would take over that party.
When you said Tim Scott, that's where you fucked up.
But Omar, too, you said take it back. You said take it back from the white racists. Like, what do you mean take it back? Like, so you just want them to go back into silence, but you're cool with them
before
remaining
we're talking about before the Southern strategy,
voter base.
before the Lily White.
Oh, come on, man. You going that far back? Really?
Yes.
1776.
We're trying to take it back before. We're trying. The goal was to try before that Southern strategy. Before that Southern strategy, where they pushed, where those Republicans were doing the dog whistles to try to get the Dixiecrats to vote Republican. We're trying to do the opposite of that. That's all. That was the whole goal.
Don't hold your breath.
I'm not. I realize it's a lot more embedded into it. It is.
Come on, brother. Leave the dark side, brother. Come on, leave the dark side. Come to the light. Come to the light.
There's no light. There's no light on your side either. I don't know what we're gonna do as black people, but we gotta figure something out.
So I was trying to, we gotta figure something out because we seem to be confused. We seem to be confused, and we seem to not. First of all, we seem to be going against our own,
Exactly.
which is crazy. That's what I'm saying. I don't see you guys going over to a party that's really uplifting our community. And you said we were on a plantation, which is wild. I don't know what you call what Stephen Miller said the other day, because it sounded like he was gonna put your black asses right back on that Monticello.
But Lisa,
You got the nerve to talk about how we are on a fucking plantation because all we doing is trying to look out for people who have less. That's all we doing. But nah, not you guys. You personally think that your bank account even ranks and classifies. And even people with money who look like you have been shown the door, have been put in their place, forgot they was black, and then they come running back to the community. We can name it over and over and over again. There is you're the one who is promoting the Republicans because they're basically ain't checking for you. I ain't seen not one thing that they were checking for you for. So they had Timmy up there tap dancing for the whole tapping. He was y'all saw
I hate to break it to you,
that this man put on a suit and tie and marry a woman when he knew he wasn't even interested in that. He thought he was going Negro. He's been single since he damn near ready for AARP and decided all of a sudden he was gonna get married, but he didn't get married to one of y'all, did he? Nah. So then he didn't get a job. Then that Donaldson fool talking about you were better off during Jim Crow. You guys, the embarrassment of it all, that you guys are over there trying to cape for a party who is not even looking at you, not even trying to recruit you to do shit. Where are you in the Republican Party? Where are you?
So Lisa,
Out of 77 million, you got Ben Carson, Donaldson, Timmy, from Cotton to Congress, a pedophile, a guy who had CTE when he was playing football. Look at your roster. I wouldn't take you guys to the fucking G League with this fucking roster. You guys are all fucking losers. Not one of them that he put in front of us is anybody that we can emulate. No Wes Moores, no Barack Obamas, not the young kid from Florida. Nobody brilliant is all these
Vivek
secondhand
Ramaswamy.
losers, is all these secondhand losers.
Vivek Ramaswamy.
Vivek Ramaswamy is not a black man, sir. Sir, and then Vivek Ramaswamy is height challenged. Okay.
The Democrats ain't checking for you neither, Lisa, just so you know that.
He's
Democrats ain't checking for you.
not black. The Democrats have always been checking for black women.
No, they ain't checking for you.
You
What you mean, always?
Stop screaming. Stop
What you mean, always?
Stop screaming. Stop screaming. Stop screaming. Stop screaming. Okay, go ahead, Mike. Go ahead.
So Lisa, I agree with a lot of the things that you just said. But here's the problem, and y'all get mad every single time. And first of all, your first point when you talk about black women, see, there's the issue. You have to have something for black men. Then the second thing is that
we don't have anything for black men because you don't show up.
No, but you can't. No, black men did show up actually.
Oh,
they
did?
In the 80%. The 80%
did?
of Kamala Harris.
Okay,
But
great.
you wagged your finger at them the whole time.
I wagged shit.
No, the Democrats did.
Oh, okay. The Democrats wagging their fingers.
Let me tell you why. You call black men misogynistic. You call black men hateful. You whack, Barack Obama, they were all doing the same. They came out and they
Who said black men were misogynistic and hateful?
There were many different articles from many different black women on major publications. I can post those in the chat where they were calling black men misogynistic because we had questions about Kamala Harris in terms of whether or not she would be a viable candidate, so on and so forth. Absolutely.
All right.
And it had nothing to do with it, right? And so, what you're doing is that when you sort of alienate a particular group, and there's a bigger conversation because it's not just about the presidential candidates, whether it be Donald Trump, whether it be Kamala Harris. That party, there is a lot of distrust that people feel about that party that just goes unaddressed.
Okay,
That's
but
what we
Mike,
gotta talk about.
but Mike, earlier in the conversation, kind of contradict yourself because you said it just full-throatedly that the new converts to the Republican Party don't have to do anything. You know what I'm saying?
I stand by that comment.
Huh?
I stand by that comment.
Yeah, so isn't that really the definition of slavery? Like you're working without any compensation. You're voting, you're supporting them, you're really singing their praises, and you're not getting anything in return. So how is that any better?
No, but and I can understand it. But the thing is that when you have the Democratic Party,
You can understand what?
I can understand where he's coming from, but when you have the Democratic Party that you're supposed to be the bastion for progressiveness and for excellence, you're supposed to be doing all of these things for people of color and so on and so forth, and you still have the same issues that black people have been dealing with for decades and decades and decades and decades, and essentially became. I beg your pardon?
What are those issues? Can you name them?
I mean, you have black people that are being killed and shot in broad daylight. You have police brutality.
Oh,
you have black people that are still, you have racism all in terms of looking for jobs.
Oh, you're admitting that there's racism now. We're getting somewhere.
I never denied it. When did you hear me say that there wasn't
MAGA is
racism?
admitting that there's racism.
When did you hear me say that there wasn't racism?
No, because you let. Oh, Infinity, you want to jump in? Is he
Okay,
still
man.
saying?
You're talking about Infinity. Okay, because I never said.
Oh, there you go. Infinity. He said that MAGAs say that there's racism in this country. Infinity, are you awake? Hello?
I'm wide awake.
Y'all MAGAs are falling apart. Y'all getting all scary.
Did you just say that?
You just don't really know my purpose for real.
Lisa, did you just say the Democrats have always been for black people?
No. We're not just saying.
Oh, you don't want to go back to what you just said.
No.
You don't want to go back to what you just said.
I woke you up
see
from
how he
reading the
tried to
MAGA
flip the
Bible.
script?
You don't want to go back to what you just said, though.
From reading the MAGA
asked you a
Bible
specific
because
question.
he just said.
Oh, so you don't want to go back to what you just said, right?
You see this? I'm not gonna argue.
You want to ignore what you just
Your
said.
other MAGA
Do you want to ignore what you just said, right?
Stop yelling. Stop
Answer
yelling.
the question.
Stop yelling. No,
Did you
my
want to
question,
ignore
I
what you
was
just said?
asking you a question. Don't
No,
ask
no,
me
but
a
I'm saying,
question
do you
with
want
a
to
question.
ignore what you
I
just said?
just
You want to
took
take
you
it back?
off of reading the MAGA Bible, the Trump Bible, because your other MAGA person came off script. He said that there's races, that this country has racism. Do you not, that's not what Manfinity says. That's not what Manfinity says.
So
So
me
you
and
guys
Kennedy
are
are like
on
the two
script.
people that are different. We're
But
individuals.
you, no.
You said that before,
No.
Manny?
No.
He did, Mike, he did.
No, but
Now we got one MAGA saying that there's racism. We got another MAGA saying that there is. We got another MAGA saying
you know how many times you disagree with the people on your side of
Go
things?
ahead, y'all. Go ahead,
You
y'all.
disagree? No.
Go
You
ahead,
disagree with
no.
a lot of things with what your people say. All your people on this stage don't agree. You don't agree with everything they say. Just because y'all vote for y'all.
But can you clarify, Manny, that there is racism, right? Manny, can you
I said
clarify?
race. Because listen, because race doesn't exist. Racism doesn't exist. It's a
Race
spiritual
does
deep
exist.
conversation.
Just
It's
because it's
no.
not,
Hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out.
because it's not biological doesn't mean we created it. So it
Hear me
exists.
out.
Yes, it's not biological.
Hear me out, please.
It's a social construct that
Whenever I say that, it's the deeper spiritual truth. I understand that we live in an existence. Yeah, you can say here we go, because you don't want to deal with it.
No, I'm just letting everybody know you get
You over there lying with the fact that Democrats always been for black people. No, they haven't. They started the KKK.
Oh,
So let's get that straight. But anyway, let's get that straight. But anyways, Ron, the thing is, but she likes to. Excuse me. No, I'm gonna finish my point. She's gonna crawl me out. There's a spiritual reality and there's a physical reality. Excuse me, I wasn't done talking.
I'm glad I canceled my cable. Go ahead, babe.
There's a spiritual reality and there's a physical reality. In the physical reality, race exists. We live in a world that is conscious of race. Whenever I said that racism doesn't exist, I'm speaking in the spiritual sense. Race. I wasn't finished talking. You never heard the term.
Let them finish, you guys, because he's screaming.
We all know, if you're a Christian, you understand this term right here. You can be in the world, but not of it. So yes, I'm in a physical realm. I understand that racism is a conscious, real thing on the physical plane. But whenever I said racism doesn't exist, it was speaking in the spiritual sense. Because spiritually, race doesn't exist. That's a man-made construct. And since race don't exist, then racism follows. It also doesn't exist. But she likes to take the spiritual reality and throw it in a conversation to make me sit here and explain it to everybody because y'all thinking I'm crazy saying that race don't exist and racism don't exist. In the physical sense, sure it does. In the real sense, spiritually speaking, it does not exist. But she likes to flip it and switch it up and rub it down and let's throw it out there and make it look like I'm crazy.
Point of order. I never said a word. And this boy that just made a whole 20-minute speech talking about what I said. Y'all ain't heard me say none of what he just said. So next, you magazine.
You did say Democrats were always for black people.
Can I, hold on, please, I got a question for you. Do you think black people shouldn't have influence in both parties?
Are you asking me?
I'm asking Lisa.
At this particular party, the MAGA party, no.
So I'm gonna tell you why that's dangerous, Lisa. So,
Okay.
I have a friend who heads up like black Republicans, right? And I've had a lot of clients who have government contracts and they do stuff with the government, and they're Democrats and they struggle to get access. And thankfully, I'm able to call my friend Reynard here, and he's able to help them. So if Reynard did not have that access to the Trump administration, there'd be a lot of black people be a lot more broke right now. So it is important, regardless of who is in charge, to have influence there. Otherwise, you're just leaving money and power on the table, and that is not a good thing.
Well, how does your conscience feel that you're aligning with racists?
They're all racist.
That is, look,
No, they're not all
He-
racist.
Yeah, there are racists on the Democratic side. Yes, there are.
Okay, you said all, sir. Please watch your words, because I will come back and get you. You said
You're
they're
not gonna get
all
me.
racist. That's what you just said, sir.
There's racism on the Democratic side. There's racism on the Republican side.
Okay, then that's more
The
by
Democrats have
argument.
not done. The Democrats haven't done enough for Black people for many decades. We don't have to debate.
The Democrat, y'all is crazy. Okay, so the Democrats have not. Would you silent Democrats on the stage say something? Because I'm not gonna sit here and try to argue.
I mean, unless you want to talk about the butter biscuits and the Big Mac and cheese and the cat.
No, you did say butter biscuits. Now you know you sounding really stupid right now, and you're equating Democrats with butter biscuits. There's something funny about that coming from a black man who eats butter biscuits every fucking day.
But
Why are you trying to denigrate? Hold up, sir.
Go
Why
ahead
are you
now.
trying to denigrate your own race and trying to be funny
No,
about it?
I'm saying that's what they offered to us. That's what
They offered you butter biscuits, in the way of education, in the way of equal rights, in the way of civil rights, in the way of healthcare, in the way of. Okay, so I understand what the fuck you're talking about.
Mike, I thought I was talking to you. I thought I was talking
Butter
to
biscuits
somebody.
sounds goddamn good to me right now. Tasty as hell.
They've never been the party of trickle down. Democrats have never been the party of trickle down. What are you talking about?
So Black people are getting all the benefits and the access, and they're getting.
No, Mike. The
that's
Democrats have never been the party of trickle down.
Sir, that's the question. Are Black getting everything that they're supposed to get from the Democrats?
But you're attributing something from the beginning. I'm going to answer the question. Mike, listen. You're attributing something to the party.
He's not answering the question.
You can answer.
Mike, you're attributing something to the party.
Questions. He doesn't care. He doesn't give a fuck. Just have to
I would like you to jump in and help me when you see them attacking me about butter biscuits.
Lisa, I wasn't attacking you. Come on now. You know I got respect for you. Don't.
Every time somebody says got something to say about it, without letting other people talk. So.
Okay, so we are going to let people talk.
No, I'm just saying, you made a statement that the Democrats have never given trickle down, when the Democrats have never had that as their, what they were about. That's always been the GOP. So, that right there negates anything you have to say, question-wise, because they've never been a party of that. Why would you attribute that to Democrats? That's always been the GOP.
So when I'm talking about trickle down, obviously there are policies that have been established, but then we would see where, if there was, funding that needed to be allocated, so on and so forth. You also have others were able to get those things, and then Black people were basically getting the crumbs. That's basically what we're talking about. And yet still the net of it. Let's just talk turkey. Black people are still not black people are still underserved. Black people are still not getting all of the benefits. Black people are still even when black people are qualified, even when black people are qualified, black people are still not getting hired for these jobs. It goes on and on and on and on and on.
Hey, Mike,
That's racism. Nothing to do with the Democratic Party.
I don't need people talking over me while I'm speaking. And so these things happen under these things. Okay, no problem, Lisa. But these things happen under the Democratic regime, and so
Okay, so
you guys never want to hear
attention black men, now that Trump is in, you can go and get you a job at Lehman Brothers, and you can go and get you a job on Wall Street. Just show up in your fucking saggy pants and your Timbs, and they're hiring right now.
See, now look at that. Why we gotta have saggy pants, Lisa?
Under the Republic Party, y'all go get all them jobs that you ever
Lisa, why are you doing
have
fake news?
without the fucking qualifications. Go right ahead, they're hiring. You're trying to make it seem like the Democrats can stop racism. The things that you're naming that have to do with private corporations have nothing to do with the Democratic Party. I don't understand. So Republicans are in. Go try it. Go try it. And wear GoPro when you go, so we can all be here and watch you get that fucking job on Wall Street, that fucking job at Google, that fucking job at Apple. Just wear GoPro. GoPro. First, you gotta go to fucking college. First, you gotta get the qualifications, and then come back and talk about how you didn't get the job. But you thinking just because you got the prison GED that you're gonna go to Apple and Google and Lehman Brothers and Wall Street and get the job. Stop playing.
I could say the black Republicans, the one thing I give them credit, we don't get into like arguments with each other. And that is one group of people that are very tight.
And that's a good thing that you don't argue with each other.
Like we don't call each other, like we don't go, hey, we don't pull up.
Right.
Yeah,
That's a good thing that you don't argue with each other.
I think that's a good thing.
Why? Why is it a good thing?
Because even when we disagree, there's a level of respect amongst the black Republicans that I don't see amongst the black who left.
No matter if you're a Democrat or Republican, people who are educated have no arms, right? So when they are speaking with each other, they operate like from the step up, step back. These are mentalities that you hear something in practice.
I didn't know what that means, but
So actually,
for your submission.
So Amari,
Let him left land. Please let him left land, and then CEO, you're next.
You know, step up. You know what step up is, right? When you say something, when you step up to say something, and then you step back and let other people in the space say what they have to say, and you don't assail it just because you're against it.
I literally didn't understand what you were saying. I wasn't trying to be funny. I'm being dead ass.
Common terms being used in so many different places. You know, I didn't know that this was unfamiliar to you, but I just gave you an analogy.
Yeah, maybe I didn't understand the analogy, and my apologies for my ignorance.
Okay, all good.
My apologies.
Amari, can you elaborate on what you're saying? Because I want to see if I'm getting your point correct about the not arguing thing. Can you build that out a little bit?
Definitely. So, minus what we're probably seeing today, but when I would say at least from 2017, late 2017 to 2020, I was around a lot of the black Republicans. I mean, a lot. There was quite a few. Not three of them. As some people say, there's a lot more. And we would have back and forth debates, and it was still respectful. We were still black people. People still say nigga and shit like that. People still do that thing. Like that's what I'm saying. Like these are actual black people, but like nobody be ready to fight. Like I feel like when I'm in sometimes spaces on Clubhouse or other apps, people be ready to want to fight, and I be like, damn. So I noticed there's a big difference. That's all. Does that make sense to you? I hope I was clear now.
Well, I was, I mean, so I'm gonna go off my experience. I mean, I did go to a Black Republican event in like July. My friend Raynard put on, and there wasn't much discussion about politics. There was just discussion about supporting each other's business and all this and that. So I was wondering if that's what he was talking about.
Yeah, that part. Yeah, that too. I mean, but it was more political. Like it was more trying to find strategy. Who can we put in office? Lisa, I put in the back channel. You said there's no black Republicans. And
I didn't say that.
No, but there was an uptick in black Republicans running for office. They just lose because these white people are not supporting. That's why Virginia, because Byron Donald was probably lose because there's a lot of racist white people. Regardless, if they're on a right, they're not going to put a black person at the head.
So why you over there then if you're not wanted? Why you over there?
Because the goal, Lisa, was try to how can we build? Because I felt like the Democrat Party wasn't for us either, right?
Yep.
They were just so
for the black man.
They were just so far. No, they weren't. They were
black women either.
No.
Well, yeah, obviously yes, darling.
So everybody has hold on, bro. Everybody has a materiality matrix that they've read. Anybody who knows that who works in sustainability knows black women are at the top when it comes to hiring, especially when it comes to DEI, right? You have environmental policies, you have black women that have a certain percentage by X, Y, Z.
DEI that Trump just ended, right?
I'm not worried about that. We're just talking about in general, right?
Yeah, we know you're not worried.
Please. A lot of black men felt the Democrat left them. Even Barack Obama has mentioned that, like, we have to get back to talking to black men. This is not rocket science. I think the Democrats have left us in many ways.
Hey, Omari, you mentioned, are black women some of the most educated people in this country right now?
I think black women are everything. I think they're goddesses.
Right, but I'm just saying, just from a
They're-
college,
they're-
from a college point of view, would you say that they are?
Even the ones that are not college educated are the greatest of all time. Period.
Right.
What?
So,
Did you just answer that question about such a? You know, not to answer that question.
So we in because of your
It's hard to get back in.
Because
It's hard to get back to the membership.
Because every time I remember the Democrats of the party is never
He was the governor himself before now. Don't take the bait back for
Because
you.
my grandmother Charlotte didn't have a college degree. What came to New York, got a job at MetLife, and let me tell you, she was one of the smartest women on this planet. Did crossword puzzles every day.
Black women the most educated.
Black women are the most educated. He's talking college. Yes.
They are. They're the fastest rising one. That was the answer to the question.
But black women have always been smart. Even going back
What is that?
time,
That's the answer to the question, so we could progress.
So if you're talking about what Charlie Kirk said, I don't agree. If that's what you're
I'll
talking
ask.
We're not even talking. He just asked you just a very basic question. All you have to do is say,
Yes.
yes they are, or no they're not.
Yes, they are. Sorry, I always think there's trick questions coming. Sorry
No,
about that.
sir.
I need to see. That's where we need to talk more. That's why I love this space.
Well, we love having you, Amari, because you know you have the constitution of a bull, of a rhino.
I'm a Taurus.
Oh wow, I was okay. So when we were discussing here, and we got off of Trump, but that's fine because we got Trumpers on stage, and we always are glad to see you guys on stage coming up and giving your. I'm sorry. Giving your very unusual and distinct viewpoint on what's going on with the Republican Party. So let's circle back here. Now, you're telling us that the Democrats, we've had this argument so many times, and I think I want to do this, but I don't want to do this because I know you guys know, and I know you're just playing in my face. All the things that the Democratic Party, since we switched from the Republican Party, we got kicked out actually, to the Democratic Party. And you're trying to tell us that the Democrats have done nothing for black people. And it's just ludicrous because you should know better. You're too old. You're way too long in the tooth to be in here talking this bullshit that you guys are talking. Right?
Well, Lisa, can you clarify? What do you mean the kicked out part? I'm not following on that.
When there was a switch from blacks being Republicans to Democrats, come on, CEO, you know.
Well, no, so let's talk about that. So blacks voted about 36 Republicans for Richard Nixon in 1960, right? And then it changed in 1964. It dropped all the way to 4%. But that was more so because Lyndon B. Johnson really campaigned very heavily for the black vote, right? It's not the case that the Democratic Party at whole did that. It was Lyndon B. Johnson specifically, because even if you look at the Civil Rights Act, the percentage of Republicans that voted for it was higher than the percentage of Democrats. You can look this up right now. But it was Lyndon B. Johnson. It was Lyndon B. Johnson specifically that did the job of switching things. And then over time, it continued to go that way. But it wasn't a rejection at that time by the Republicans. That's not true.
So see, wouldn't you say that FDR also had contributed to the black voters shifting over?
Well, I don't know, so I haven't studied that, so I don't want to speak on that.
Yeah, he didn't go to Howard like LBJ did. LBJ went to Howard.
So under the New Deal, that many black voters started to switch over to the Democratic Party because of economic programs.
Like Medicare, Medicaid.
Well, yeah, I mean, so clearly, like, 36% for Nixon, isn't a majority of black people, but it's still a significant portion. So, I don't know what it was. So if you're saying FDR is what took it under 50, again, I'm not familiar with that history, so I'll take your word.
That's true.
The lily whites pushed the black people away. And a lot of Republicans especially, MAGA like to talk about the KKK and Democrats, but they fail to talk about, the push, the Southern strategy. They won't even, like, PragerU and them won't even acknowledge it, and it's dishonest. Even though they say only one person switched, which I believe was it Durbin Strong or whoever it was that switched. If you look at the voters.
So during 1930s, we had a 10% to 30% shift. And then 1940s to 1950s, we had a 40 to 45% shift. And then in the civil rights era, we had a 70 to 80% shift.
So Mark, why try to change a party that doesn't want you versus trying to strengthen the party that better supports you?
Well, I just said this earlier. You have to have influence in both parties because at some point the other party will be in power. And you can't just say, oh shit, we're in power, we're just gonna completely fall apart. That's not smart.
Exactly, it's like playing Madden. You gotta be in the game to play the game.
The problem with that is that hasn't worked. Like that idea, like in practice, like maybe you've got a friend who helped someone once. Like I'm not doubting your anecdote, but en masse, like that has not worked.
Yeah, but it's not just helping someone one time. It's a matter of hundreds of millions of dollars. So it's meaningful, and it's meaningful to, you may say hundreds of million dollars ain't that useful, but it is for the people that it impacted and all the people who are employed and all of their families, right? So it does matter. Like, it's better that he exists and he's able to help some people than if that influence isn't there.
The problem with what you're saying is that if, like, let's just say that Kamala had won 100% of black people and that the turnout had been higher. There's no doubt that there'd be way more money flowing to black people from doing that than like having some minuscule influence within the Trump administration. And it's not even close. Now, there could be other reasons why you wouldn't vote that way, and I respect that people are going to vote the way they want to vote. But it's just like if we're talking dollars and cents, the amount of money that was stripped out of black communities in the quote unquote big beautiful bill is massive, and it's particularly targeted. And that's to say nothing of the outsized impact on black people, particularly black women, in like the Doge cuts and the other cuts to government.
Yeah, but Harris got what, 87% of the black vote, right? Is that about right?
92 of them.
Yeah, I think 92 is right, but sure. Whatever, very high. 9 and 10 roughly.
Okay, so it wasn't the black vote that held her back. It was the
I agree. No, I agree. I wasn't making that point.
Yeah,
I'm just making the point that if it had been a 100%, the turnout had been higher.
But there's already an unreasonably high amount of black people voting for one party. Like, I don't know how much higher you could expect it to be.
Yep, that's a good point.
But again,
that's not the point that I'm making. That's not the point that I was making at all. The point that I was making was if you're talking about dollars and cents, which is exactly what you were doing, right? You were talking about hundreds of millions of dollars. And what I'm saying is if that's the point, then as a thought experiment, the difference in terms of the value, like we're talking about billions of dollars, maybe even tens of billions of dollars that have been stripped out of black communities and have been moved away from black working families because of Trump administration policy choices.
Your Honor, what I side, or at least on the other side of the aisle, working with you versus what you have now. I think you would have more bipartisan
How is
legislation.
Tim Scott working with us right now?
Tim Scott has tried to work with the Democratic Party several times. One was he went to try to get the policing, the bill. I forgot what it was called. The bill. I can't think of it. I have to Google, as Patty would say. But he did, after George Floyd, he did try to go, and he was turned down. But that's a whole other subject, right? I'm just saying. I think
it goes to what you were talking about.
But I do, Arthur, believe like someone like myself, I might have more conservative social views than what the average Democrat Party. Look, you guys have people on the far left, but not everybody's on the far left. You have a big tent party. What's wrong with like the CEO said? What's wrong with the Republicans having a big tent party?
Because they generally haven't been a party that's accepted us. They have not been a party that's wanted us at the dinner table.
I'm glad you guys brought that back to what we were talking about. So can you just give me a minute for this? Because I know what I wanted to say, but this is going to say it better as far as blacks voters that leave the Republican Party. And thank you, CEO, for adding that, because what you said was true. But just indulge me just for a minute here.
Deal because of the economic crisis and the efforts on the part of the Roosevelt administration to address the staggering poverty of the time.
In 1964, black Republicans assumed they would back New York Governor Nelson Rockefeller.
Oh wait, hold on. I don't know why that did that. Sorry, you guys. It just went and started playing something totally different. Hold on for just a second. That was weird. So I can go back to it.
So can I reference real quick why Tim Scott was turned away by the Democrats? It'll be fast.
Okay.
One, Democrats sought to limit qualified immunity to make it easier for victims to sue police officers, while Scott's bill did not change the practice at all. Scott's bill also called for incentives, grants, and study, while Democrats' version had far more mandates. Thirdly, critics like the ACLU said Scott's bill addresses not one systemic issue at the core of our broken system of policing, that's a quote, and also, quote, does nothing to end the state-sanctioned murder of black people. Separately, Nancy Pelosi described Scott's bill as trying to get away with murder, actually, the George Floyd murder. So, while it is true that Tim Scott tried to work with Democrats, it turned out that his bill would have done nothing to actually solve the problem, which is why Democrats turned him away. Again, we must look at the details and not accept anything that Omari says at face value.
That's not fair to say, because
It's very fair to say.
I know Lisa wants to go, so
This is a little bit of a tricky one. So Dark Aaron is right in the sense that like Tim Scott's efforts have not been sufficient. At the same time, Amari is correct to say that like if that was a white senator from South Carolina, there wouldn't have been as much efforts done for the black community as Tim Scott has done. So both statements are
There
true.
were white senators. They had a different bill.
I'm saying on white Republican. I'm sorry. Let me clarify. Tim Scott has done more in terms of his efforts for the black community than a white Republican senator from South Carolina would have.
You think Tim Scott did more than
he done more than Lindsey Graham
in South Carolina?
He done more than Lindsey Graham.
Do you think he would have done more than Jamie Harris?
Oh no! Of course not. Of course.
Yeah.
Not. Of course not.
Well, and that's why this whole argument is kind of silly.
It's not an argument, because guess what? The people of South Carolina voted him in, right? So the people of South Carolina voted Tim Scott as senator. He came with a bill, and guess what, Aaron, Your Honor, excuse me. What happens when people introduce a bill. You work on it and you try to make it better. I think Dark can maybe explain to the people, did it end with that? Or did they actually come together and try to make the bill better? Did they try to put their little 2 cents in and then bring the bill to what happened after that, Dark, since you educated?
This is like exactly the reason why having a token, that's like a token person on the other side isn't worth anything.
Token?
Right?
I can't believe you just said that.
That's what he was.
He's literally a token. It's like I'm not saying that he's simply there because he's a black man. I'm saying that having a token person on the other side doesn't do anything for you because he's not actually representing the values that most people want from that community. And this could be the same thing with the Jewish community, right? Like when there's a token Jewish Republican, which rarely happens, thankfully, that's not going to do anything for Jewish people because they're working at cross purposes. It's the same thing as it always is. So, and on top of that, if you're working in a party that isn't going to advance those interests, it's completely wasted political power. It doesn't do shit for anybody. And that's why when he was trying to get that through, there was no way
for you to actually say anything about this.
I'm literally not an operative.
Yeah, I will.
CEO, I
I'm a shill, but I'm not an operative.
Hold on for a second. CEO asked me a question, and I'm trying to answer it so I can move on. I told you that black people were evicted from the Republican Party. Can I just do this, please? And then I'll let you guys get back to that important piece of conversation. Hold on, CEO. This is what I'm talking about. Just
Let's go to
let it play out.
What's up, Anthony?
How you doing, Mr. Kane? Ms. Racy, how are you guys?
Hi.
Good. This is more of a question. I heard you mention that black folks were kicked out of the Republican Party. Could you expound on that for me?
Oh, wow. I've talked about this a lot, but I'll try and give you a brief history. So let me try and make it as plain as possible. Anthony, thank you for your question. Black folks, of course, began as Republicans. After the Civil War, the majority of black folks were Republicans. Sadly, black women couldn't vote. You have folks like Frederick Douglass and Bishop Henry McNeil Turner and Hiram Revels and Blanche Bruce, and they were supporting the Republican Party because that was the party that slavery was ended under the Republican Party. Now, of course, Abraham Lincoln was hesitant when it came to slavery. He was forced into glory, as they say, but that's a whole other story. But as time went on towards the end of Reconstruction, which is around, it ends, I believe, in 1877, with the Compromise of 1877, the Republican Party was already turning their backs on black people. They were stabbing black folks in the back, including a guy who I do like, I like to some degree, President Grant. They were tired of having federal troops down in the South to protect black folks from white violence. I know we often hear about Tulsa and we often hear about Rosewood, but there was countless black towns and communities that were being burned to the ground via white violence. I encourage you to look up the 1875 plan of Mississippi, where they basically kicked out the black elected officials and took it over. But let's fast forward. Black folks still hold on to the GOP. They're standing by the GOP, and we get to the 1950s, brother. And in the 1950s, you see the Republican Party. Let's talk about region. You see Southerners transitioning to the Republican Party. Southerners. So it isn't always about the D or the R. It's about the region. And then when you have Lyndon B. Johnson and JFK to some degree putting in these civil rights laws, they basically lose. They lose the South completely, the Democratic Party. And I'm going to give you a quote from Senator Edward Brooke. He was the first black senator elected in 1967. The first two were appointed. This is a black Republican, Anthony. He says, he says it in 1964 because he sees this split happening. Senator Brooke says, you can't say the Negro left the Republican Party. The Negro feels he was evicted from the Republican Party. Right? How are they evicted? Look at the 1964 RNC convention when Jackie Robinson committed to Hitler's Germany, to Hitler's Germany, saying that folks were being called the N-word. Black folks were not being allowed. There's a great guy named George W. Lee, who was a long-time black Republican, and he wasn't allowed to speak. And there was these proclamations that this is now the white man's party. And Dr. King talks about this. He says this
of the Southern strategy. What's the last of the Southern strategy? It was an execution to play on white feet, white racist fears to get that Southern vote. It was the Southern strategy. And they didn't want the black vote anymore. So black folks were kicked out locally, and they were kicked out in their city council, their school board. The Republican Party took over. And the mark of that is where we are today. That's where we are today. So that quote from a black Republican is so crucial. The Negro was evicted from the Republican Party. We were kicked out. We were kicked out. We were unwanted. It's the reason why Dr. King supports Lyndon B. Johnson. It's the reason why Jackie Robinson, the iconic Jackie Robinson, a famous black Republican, he says that Richard Nixon, will be quote unquote death to the blacks. He was right because Richard Nixon puts in his war on drugs. So the white power players in the party made the decision to kick out black people. That's why you can't be mad at us. We don't support y'all because we were kicked out in the 1950s and the 1960s. Then I can go on and on when you have, it continues with Ronald Reagan opening up his 1980 presidential general election campaign in Neshoba County, Mississippi, where civil rights workers were killed. I can go to George Bush, where the second Bush, he files a voting rights lawsuit on DOJ, I should say, against a black man in Mississippi. Black man named Nick Brown had a voting rights lawsuit again. It was the first time the Voting Rights Act was used to a black man. Then, of course, his father decided to veto the 1990 Civil Rights Act. So it's been a long history of racism, of letting us know you are not welcome here.
Right.
I will say this, Anthony, if this were 1868, I'd be Republican. I don't have any loyalty.
Yeah.
The party is going to protect the most vulnerable. Then lastly, Anthony, I'll go to you. When President Barack Obama gets in office, maybe that was it. That black Barack Hussein Obama and his wife, Michelle LaVaughn Robinson, that was it. And they upped the ante even more for their Southern strategy tactics. So again, don't blame us for not supporting this party. Y'all kicked us out. You kicked our grandparents out, our great grandparents out 60 years ago. You continued a legacy of explicit racism. Are Democrats perfect? Hell no.
No, definitely not.
God no. I will critique Democrats left and right. But the Democratic Party where it is today is much better than it was when I was a kid. There was no Jamal Bowman in the Democratic Party when I was a kid. There was no Ayanna Pressley when I was a kid. There was no Malcolm Kenyatta when I was a kid. Who's your man? Oh my gosh, your friend Reese in Cali, in Stockton. Michael Tubbs.
Michael Tubbs.
There was no Michael Tubbs when I was a kid, right? So I believe that if we take over the Democratic Party the way that the MAGA folks, the Tea Party folks,
Yep.
took over the GOP, we can have significant progress. But is it perfect? No. But do they want us in their party, the GOP? No. They haven't since the 1950s and 1960s. Anything on that, Reese? You know, I gave that speech a few times. You've heard me give
No, I mean, like the bottom line is, there's so much that happens that is not happenstance. Like it's not a coincidence. Oh, we all magically decided at the same time to switch affiliations. It's the same way we didn't all magically decide to have negative views about this person, disinformation, or we didn't all magically decide, not all, but you know what I'm saying? Like there's a way that black people have been systemically targeted throughout history to create these shifts. And sometimes it shifts to our detriment because they're trying to keep us, like for instance, away from the battle box, keep us away from things that empower us. And then sometimes it shifts because look, we got to survive. I mean, Tim Scott said we survived slavery, child. So I mean, we got to survive the damn Republican Party in 2023 and before then. And so, you know, I think people just really try to portray it as a zombie move as opposed to a self-preservation move. And at the end of the day, I ain't hear nothing in debate 1, debate 2, or from any of these Republicans in their home states where they are governors or senators or whatever the situation may be that indicates that they will not be a threat to my black life, my black husband's life, and my black daughter's life. And so for that reason, they're disqualified from anything that I would ever be considering point blank period. Okay, that's my answer to you.
Yeah, I mean, so that history is such an oversimplification. It's 99% of Democrats, 82% of Republicans. The numbers were much higher in the Republican Party. Now, what happened was Barry Goldwater voted against it, and then Barry Goldwater got the nomination, and Barry Goldwater decided to shift the Republican convention strategy, right? So this was a candidate making a shift. And because Barry Goldwater did that, it obviously shifted the dynamics, and understandably, the black vote went from, and I looked up the actual numbers, 32% for Nixon in 1960 to 4% for Goldwater, right? And then when that happened, that shifted everything going forward. But it's like an oversimplification in terms of how it was framed. This was one candidate that decided to do this, and it had permanent consequences to it.
Does anybody disagree with what Clay said about the blacks being kicked out of the Democratic Party? Oh, okay, thank you. All right, y'all can go back to arguing about.
Democratic Party.
I'm sorry, the Republican Party. I misspoke. Because we were, go ahead. So y'all can go back to talking about, the 7 benches that are in the Republican Party right now.
Lisa.
Go ahead. The tokens.
So,
Real quick.
I
Go ahead.
agree with.
Can I go off that let away, anybody? If you don't mind.
I'm real quick with it, right? Just one sentence. I think that the reason why we left was because, like I guess that video says, that Republicans increasingly adopted the Southern strategy and appealed to white conservatives in the South, further distance black voters.
That's true. I just wanted to say something.
Goldwater did this. This is the thing that, like, you're saying it was Barry Goldwater. Like, do we not? What is the disconnect with what I'm saying?
Okay, all right. So go ahead.
It wasn't Barry Goldwater. It was all three. It was Nixon as well. Nixon played a big role in it too.
No, but Barry Goldwater was a catalyst for this. And then guess what? When you have a shift in that, where you only win 4% of the black vote, yeah, they kept that going forward because you had lost so much. Goldwater basically jacked up the entire thing. So at that point, they thought there wasn't any momentum getting that back. And Lyndon B. Johnson invested so heavily in the black vote, it just went down like that, right? It got a little bit better. It got up to 13, 14% with Dole. But yeah, I mean that was essentially the backlash from Goldwater's.
It's so sanitized though.
Right? So
It wasn't like some sort of benign turning away. It's been a systematic undermining of black political power for decades. It seems like you're really sanitizing.
No, listen, FDR got 71% of the black vote in 1936. It actually, so that means 29% voted Republican in 1936. It went up to 40% under Eisenhower, right? And it was 32% over Nixon. Both numbers are higher than they were when FDR ran.
So,
Yep.
what's your point?
It's just that it was tying it all together.
Going down, but it went up.
So
From 1936 to 1960, it went up.
I have a question for you.
Let's talk about
Are you
that.
saying that, hold up, okay, just have some question. Are you saying that Goldwater was a catalyst for the Southern strategy?
I'm saying Goldwater focused. Yeah, he voted. He was one of the Republicans who voted against the Civil Rights Act, right? And he ended up building his entire campaign strategy on state rights. And he shifted. He essentially, like, in some ways, he was as big of a political figure then as Trump was in terms of a shift for the overall party.
So, no, that's a good point. Hey, so, I just want to preface, I don't want nobody to get triggered, but I just want, can I get like 1 minute to play something? This is all going to tie together to what we're saying. Right? It's from 2016. Is that okay? Lisa? Madam Speaker? Okay.
Go ahead, good.
All right, go ahead. Tell me if you hear me.
Jim, that is so important and very personal for me. Nothing means more to me than working to make our party the home of the African American vote once again. Used to be. There are millions and millions of.
I'll just stop right there. So, just to let you know, he made a plan 8 years ago to try to get African Americans back to the party, tying it all together with Goldwater did. Trump came in and said, I'm gonna try to reverse that. That's all.
William Moore, wait.
I can post the link in the chat.
Can we please just move on to the this time, please.
Let me have 1 second on this. Okay, so here's the thing, Amari, with that. Stephen Miller is the most racist, high-appointed government executive I can think of in my lifetime, right? And Miller has this really strong presence within the administration. So, maybe you could say in 2016, like, he wanted to head that way, but it hasn't worked out like that at all. And I think in this term, like, without Ivanka and Jared there, I think, like, clearly there is no pro-black agenda in terms of Trump. Like, there's no way to make a case that, like, Trump is pushing a pro-black agenda right now. I cannot see it.
Yeah, no, I can agree with that. I mean, we did play some old clips, but also I posted some new clips. I posted a new clip of the summit they had in February, when they gave Tiger Woods I think the Medal of Freedom, one of those medals.
Amari, you just said Stephen Miller, did you?
Yeah, but Stephen Miller was also part of the Trump administration in 2016. It didn't stop President Trump back then of talking to black people.
But he had Ivanka and Jared. That was the difference, right? And, like, one of the things that was happening back then was Ivanka was working very heavily with Morial at the National Urban League, and they were actually making a lot of good progress. But Trump got so toxic, and Morial had to stop working with the administration. And that happened with a lot of black leaders. Steve Harvey tried to work with the administration, and okay, but a lot of people tried to work with Obama asked them to, right? During the transition period, Obama had John Lewis, Steve Harvey, a whole bunch of black leaders meet with Trump and wanted to actually get something done. But he got so toxic, all of them had to abandon it.
That's fair. That's fair. I mean, I can definitely agree with you that this time around, it just seems like it's more of a revenge tour. He seems really pissed off at what happened to him the last couple of years. So, I just,
You mean accountability? So you're referring to.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to put those words in your mouth, go ahead, not mine. But I would say it's definitely, he felt that he went through hell the last few years, and he seems pissed off. I don't know, that's what I see from him. I see just a bad person.
Should we pay that expense?
A spoiled child.
Look, I mean, I think Biden could have, done the country a favor and said and just pardon him. He could have just pardoned him, and that would have, I think it would have been all over. But he didn't.
Wait, what happened? I thought we were talking about Trump.
Yeah,
Well,
I think
yeah,
Biden
but
could
it's
have pardoned
Biden's
him.
responsibility to be accountable for Trump.
It would have healed the country.
So Biden could have helped.
Instead of going dark MAGA, he didn't have to go dark MAGA. Aaron,
That Trump, for
No,
example,
Biden could have
had all
helped Trump
those
not be
documents in the
revengeful.
bathroom at Mar-a-Lago. That was Biden's fault. Those documents were actually Biden's. That's what he's saying. It makes sense, I promise.
I think I get it now that you put it that way.
Uncle Joe promised to bring the
It
country
makes more
together.
sense when you say that.
When we expected Uncle Joe, we didn't expect him to go corn pop. We expected him to be, Uncle Joe, and he didn't.
Explain why his
Because he's the president of the United, it's called the president of the United States of America. Like Barack Obama, there's no blue state, there's no red state, there's only the United States of America.
Exactly. Okay, let me ask you one question. Do you think he did the same thing for Biden? He wanted to put Biden in jail, and he didn't want to give Biden a pardon. So what makes you think Biden would want to give him a pardon, and the same person would want to give you a pardon?
Because allegedly the adults were back in power. Allegedly. That's what we heard. We heard that term. The adults were back in power.
That's true.
And we didn't see that at all.
So they say the strong man is back in power. We haven't seen that. So what is the difference? So I'm trying to say, why should we pardon him for his crimes that he had nothing to do with?
I mean, the Supreme Court presidents can't be held.
So basically, you're saying he should support him in his Jeffrey Epstein shit, right? So now,
why do you always go to Jeffrey Epstein every time I go on stage? That's part of the
legacy. You can't deny it. Don't deny it. You can't deny it. It's part of the thing. So basically, if he pardoned him, so what's basically saying?
What are you talking about?
No. You said he should give him a pardon, right? So
what are we gonna pardon about Jeffrey Epstein? We're talking about. Were you not paying attention to the 4 cases? Jeffrey Epstein was not part of the 4 cases. What is this guy talking about?
There's 34 felonies or more.
34 felonies. Jeffrey Epstein was part of
the Jack Smith cases.
The Jack Smith, with the Jack Smith case? The Jack Smith case, the Jack Smith case, that's something you really can't do. Because that's national security, dude. Oh, so we're gonna allow you to hold national security secrets and possibly sold them, I'll just say that, I give them a possibly sold them to foreign powers. So I'm going to give you a pardon on that, but you won't give me a pardon. Your party won't give me a pardon for having. Won't even give my son a pardon for having this little mishap.
You don't even know what's going on. He gave his own son a pardon before he left, and he actually physically signed it. I don't. What is he? What are you talking about?
If he didn't give his son a pardon,
we don't know that. I don't know. He gave his own son a pardon. What do you want me? Why are you derailing right now?
Amari, is that you took Trump an ability and turned it into Biden not pardoning him to avoid accountability.
Did you not understand what I said?
Now you're talking about somebody else derailing. This is why.
No, the country would have been united if Biden would have did that.
Trump is responsible for Trump. Trump did things that he was being held responsible.
That's what basically saying.
Unfortunately, oh my God. Unfortunately, our justice system is way too fucking slow, or because of a shitty AG, because the whole country deserved to know whether or not this man was innocent or guilty. That's how our justice system works. There's accountability in that. There's transparency in that. That's how the system is supposed to work. Now what is happening is that Trump is trampling that justice system. He's talking about pressuring his AG to prosecute his enemies. He's talking about basically not prosecuting Tom Homan after he gave an FBI agent he accepted $50,000 from I believe it's an FBI agent. Like, this is someone who is trampling justice. That has nothing to do with Joe Biden. That has to do with the choices of one man named Donald Trump. And I don't give a shit if his little feelings were hurt because he was being prosecuted for things that he did. That is wrong. And this is what's wrong with MAGA, is that you guys will just look the other way or find some way to try to blame Democrats for it. And you completely lack any sense of responsibility or fealty to the basic ideals of this country. And it is embarrassing, and it's upsetting, and it's dangerous as fuck.
I'm pretty funny for someone
honestly need to do something. Honestly, you need to do something about it. Because what is happening is he's literally driving our justice system into the ditch. And that justice system, as flawed as it has been in many, many ways, is still like one of the fundamental reasons why our economy is strong, why our country has had a privileged position in the world for so many years. And doing things like, I don't know, trying to remove Lisa Cook under false pretenses is going to seriously damage this country. I'm done.
Go ahead, CEO. I know you came off the mute.
Yeah,
this is my personal views.
Yeah, so if Biden had pardoned Trump at that time, like even the Republicans would have been mad at him, right? The only reason the Republicans came back around to Trump was because he got the base back somehow, like short of that, they were even expecting him to be done politically and send his ass to jail, right?
Correct.
It wasn't until the base came back to him that they changed their tune.
Oh yeah, Ron DeSantis was already, he was measuring the drapes already in the White House. The MAGAs, as they would say.
The people, like Trump basically got the people back. He didn't, and then the politicians came. The politicians were against him.
100%. I mean, Ron DeSantis, we can go back and look, he's been trying to be, he was trying to be the leader right after 2021. So,
Marvin, I agree. And here's a head though. No, finish on Marvin, he's not it.
The thing, man, like Republicans will do anything to avoid responsibility. That's what they've become. As Donald Trump drives our country into the ditch, they got nothing to say. They'll just let it happen. And it's always someone else's fault, even though they got all the power, all the control over the government, right? They got all the branches, yet they still have nothing to say. They don't have anything to say about any of it. All the things that they claimed under Biden, all the ways that they cried foul and all this, just nothing. It's just not equal at all. I mean, this man is out here. His cause of the day yesterday was Tylenol.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna
It's
say.
so crazy.
This is what we got. Nothing has been done and nothing will get done because we're focusing on Tylenol, right? We're not focusing on the things he said. We still got these people literally dying and hungry, and this motherfucker talking about Tylenol. And you guys are sitting up here thinking this is all. See how they run it from the state? Won't be on the stage too long. Y'all will be accusing me of mothering them. But when you start having a conversation with these people, just even answering questions and answering the question that you ask them without going into something completely different, it's just insane. I think the mental health of some people in this country really need to be evaluated. There's so much going on right now, and we're having press conferences about if pregnant women, I guess because we need to have a group of people reproduce, should be taking Tylenol. And it's so much. And then he went to the UN and literally went into the house of the UN and just made a fool of himself today. In full makeup.
Yeah,
Just nothing.
that was incredibly how he just shadowed where the whole UN. You know what was cool about the whole thing? I watched the whole thing, and then I watched the whole Jerome Powell interview as well. And Jerome Powell made so just perfect sense into all the hard work I think that they've been putting into trying to balance this shit. I don't know if anybody saw it, but I do recommend people watch Jerome Powell's interview today.
Yeah, I think the lack of precedent for a lot of this stuff, really important to continue to call out. There's many examples. I'm happy to States is going to cause an outcry. They tried that already. So what they want to do now is they want to take children who are in the United States who are unaccompanied and send them back to wherever they came from. And so they went in front of the judge and said, hey, we have all these. Well, so they tried to deport a bunch of Guatemalan children. And when some of the children sued, their lawyers sued, right, to stop the deportation, the government said, well, their parents asked for their return. These are kids, like right, like 7 years old, like 10 years old, like little kids. And the judge who's hearing the case, his name is Timothy Kirk, appointed by Donald Trump. Okay, he doesn't join the deportations because quote the justification of the administration felt like a house of cards. The administration lied about the request of parents for these children to be returned. So the administration was trying to return these kids to a country where no one was going to accept them back. They're just going to drop them off in a foreign country. And this is happening. This is happening to like dozens of kids from several different countries because this administration doesn't give a fuck and they're willing to walk into a court and lie about it. And it really takes like a certain level of I don't know, being brainwashed, motivated these things, to think that this administration is anything other than craven. Even Trump appointed judges can see pretty clearly that they're being lied to.
Here's the thing, like this is when they all scatter, right? This is why I don't really like to look at these hot messes. I get the room likes it, whatever. But I just find it incredibly frustrating that the minute anyone holds them to any level of account, they run like the cowards they are. Because they don't want to accept any responsibility. Because the thing is they have all the power. They're doing all the things. What the left needs to be held accountable for talking loud and not saying nothing. Able to do anything. Like what's going on? This is table stakes of being empowered. Is that people look at what's going on and they know that it's you. And these people are destroying like the most fundamental institutions of our country. And these jackasses, well, Biden should have, pardoned Trump. Really, that's the response.
I mean, that was so absurd, I couldn't even unmute to gather my thoughts quickly enough. And so I'm glad other people were here, but it was so ridiculous. I couldn't even. It's like when you hear a new angle of something that is more absurd than the last angle of something. Does that make sense?
Like alternative facts.
I just know that broke me.
That broke me when she said that.
He had the audacity to say that. But see, that's the mentality of that. See, if it's right, they're winning. If it's wrong, or if they're doing something wrong and they can't fix it, it's Biden's fault. Well, Biden could have fixed it if he did this. So, which one is it? Is he a bad president, or is he a good president? They got to make up their mind.
People wanted to be their president.
Okay, what did you guys do with the MAGAs? Did anybody?
We started talking about accountability and they ran away because they're cowards.
Real quick, there was an article on the Hill about a CEO poll that shows Trump economic policies are bad, but they're too scared to speak up. This is the world we're living in, and that's what I had my title. I changed it. We're just about what, I don't know. I just saw his mouth moving on a news show, and I didn't even bother turning up the volume. But it's just, to me, I don't know if you guys feel this way, or maybe you can throw me a life raft. I just feel that we basically just given up. We sit down and we're muted as well, within our party. I'm really scared about the midterms. I'm really, really scared because I don't see it. I don't feel it. I feel that, we're continuously gonna keep going down this path of of a dictator, uh, of just having somebody just run roughshod over this country, and everybody is running scared because what happens? They speak out. They speak out. Like at that funeral, the things that were said were abhorrent, and nobody pushed back. The few people that did push back are getting hell, but the rest of everybody else is just silent. There maybe should have been a some type of rally for truth, a rally for whatever the fuck, where 200,000 people show up and just push back on all the bullshit. But I guess we're scared. So these CEOs are talking, are they secretly not giving their names, but they're saying that when we talk about the economy, Donald Trump likes to paint himself as some sort of financial savior, the guy who knows how to make America rich again. But if you take a closer look, a different story emerges, and it's not just political opponents saying this, it's people who actually run America's biggest companies. According to a recent survey from the Yale School of Management shared with Axios in private, the leaders of some of the country's best-known companies say that a number of White House policies have been bad for their business and possibly illegal. Think about that. CEOs, the ones who the ones who usually play nice with Republicans, are whispering how these policies are hurting them. And yet the Axios article says in public, business leaders are keeping relatively quiet, fearing retribution from Trump. Translation: the so-called pro-business president has corporate America too scared to say what they really think. Let's talk about why. Tariffs, or as some like to call it, Trump turbulence tax, were sold as a way to protect American jobs, but in practice they've been erratic, confusing, and downright costly. One day the deadline shifts, the next day the rules change, and businesses are left scrambling. It's not just annoying, it's destabilizing. 71% of all CEOs surveyed in the Yale study said tariffs were directly harmful to their business, and 74% agreed with the courts that Trump's tariffs were flat out illegal as executed. Then there's the Federal Reserve. 8 out of 10 executives say Trump was not acting in the country's best interest by pressuring Fed Chair Jerome Powell to slash rates. On health care, 76% of them think policies under Health Secretary Robert Kennedy are putting public health at risk. And let's not forget the new $100,000 fee slapped on HB1 visas, making it harder for tech companies to hire global talent. So what does this all add up to? Businesses are delaying investment, cutting back on hiring, and watching costs climb. Consumers, meaning us, are paying more at the register, and the very foundation of our economy, confidence in the rule of law, is being chipped away. Immigration policy is another piece of this puzzle. 8 months into Trump's term, worksite raids have ramped up, and the ripple effects have hit hard. In California, workforce participation dropped 3.1% in a single month. Among the non-citizens, it plunged 7.2%. That's not protecting jobs, that's shrinking the labor force. Farms, construction sites, and food plants felt it first.
said that? Who wrote that?
This article was written by Lindsey Granger. He's a News Nation contributor and co-host of the Hills commentary show Rising.
Thank you, man.
So, Alan, are you there? So, what are you hearing about business valuations these days?
So, in what regard?
Well, so it's being shared with me that business valuations are actually going higher, and this is a good time to sell a business. So I just wanted to see what perspective you're getting.
Yeah, this is IPO season. Yeah. This is the biggest rise of IPOs ever.
Okay, so then that suggests a positive related to business and a little different than what Lisa's saying. So I'm just trying to
No, it
triangulate
doesn't.
all.
It's not right.
I got
There's a VC does better in down economies.
No, but he's saying that valuations are up, meaning it's a good time to sell a business. And that is what I'm hearing. Valuations for businesses are up.
Okay, so this is what I heard of the grant. Now, I agree with it. It's that the tech sector and AI sector, right, is pretty much saying you're out from a recession at this moment. What's your thoughts on that?
And I just want to address one thing before we leave it. VC and like M&A activity also goes up when the expectation is that the economy is going down. So when the economy is like cranking and you can just invest in safer asset classes, things like stocks, for example, you invest in stocks because if you can get, an 8% return from stocks, why take on the much greater risk of venture investment? So when you see the valuations of startups go up, it's usually running in, inverse to the economy writ large in terms of like the longer term expectations.
That's completely is illogical. Like if you look at the late 90s when the economy was boosting, valuations were up, and typically business valuations being higher are a sign of a positive economy. Can you point to a period of time where that was not the case, where it flowed in opposite directions?
You can't say business.
Just give me a year.
That's not what
Just
we're
give me
talking
a year.
No, what you just defined is not a good argument because it's not business valuations writ large that we're talking about.
Yeah,
When you talk about, we're talking about startups. We're literally just talking about startups.
No, we're not just talking about startups. I'm saying that.
Well, you weren't. It sounded like you were talking about IPO season.
That's what he said. That's what Alan said. That's what Alan said.
You're talking about business valuations.
So I am saying it seems to me across the board that is the case, right? I asked Alan the question because I'm hearing business valuations are up. That's what the inside talk is, all right? It's a good time to sell a business. And Alan said startup valuations are up, IPOs are up. So that is universally across the board. It seems like business valuations are up from established companies to startups.
That's not what I'm hearing. And part of it is that the economy is in this really weird place where there's certain sectors that are in fairly deep recession and other sectors that are in, like rapid expansion, which is not normal, right? Like there's a bunch, like for example, construction's not doing well right now. Really hurting. There's no way that a construction business valuation is high right now because except for the startups, by the way, because things are just moving the wrong direction, right? Like there's all kinds of logistical problems, like the basic inputs that they use, things like wood and steel, are more expensive because of dumbass and tariffs and all that kind of stuff. So like construction is down. Now there's other sectors like AI, which is a subsector or whatever, that are going in the other direction. So I would contest this idea that valuations are sort of broadly moving in a direction when that's not what I'm seeing at least.
I
he does follow through, what are the impacts going to be? What are the impacts of what he's done already? Like, those things are not necessarily known as yet. And,
Oh, sorry.
go ahead.
Sorry, I couldn't cut you off. I think that the key word is uncertainty there. Nobody likes that.
Yeah, I just think about all of this going on in the last 8 months. Is these are all unforced errors. Like none of this had to happen. We were on a trajectory, and you can argue about how great the trajectory was, or how slow, or whatever it is, how steep or not. But all of this that he's doing is creating such chaos, and none of these businesses can plan anything, and nobody can hire anything. We've had negative job growth in New York, and our two biggest sectors are tech and finance. We have not, I shouldn't say negative, we have flat. It's not supposed to be flat here. And even though the city is still vibrant and people are moving here and all that, real estate prices are still ridiculous, that is not a good bellwether for what is to come. And all of this is just unforced.
I think we need to wake up to reality, liberals. This becomes the economy. The NASDAQ and the S&P posted all-time highs yesterday, last week, Friday. The economy is growing. If you're an investor, this is literally the best time in history. And let's not forget that when Trump won last year, the market boomed. All right. Now we did have a little bit of, bit of shakiness on April 2nd, earlier this year, but then Trump stepped back to the ledge, and the stock market has been booming ever since.
It was not better than the 90s or the dot-com era. Let's be clear.
The 90s? What are you talking about? The NASDAQ is what, 3 times as high as
like Bill Clinton had a surplus of the wazoo.
Please. I'm talking about the stock market right now. But I don't like being interrupted, but please interrupt with facts, not nonsense.
What was the GDP?
If you're an investor, it's a lot better it is. It's a lot better now than it was then.
Well, of course the stock market's going to go up. It's just the nature of it. But in comparison...
See, y'all are interrupting, saying nonsense. Y'all were claiming just a few minutes ago that we're in a period of high economic volatility, it's shaky, da-da-da. But if you look at the numbers, the actual numbers, it's clear that Trump has led investors into the promised land. And he will continue.
How has he done that?
To grow.
How has he done that?
Economy in the world.
How has he done that? What policy has he passed that's done that?
I can tell you the numbers if you like.
No. What policy has he passed that made this happen?
Y'all interrupting, I can tell you. Bro. Okay. Great conversation. Well, I appreciate it. Number one, Trump's policies. Hold on. I want to be right. I want to be right. This is forward. Number one, Trump has created an atmosphere that's excellent for tech companies.
Which policy?
He's put exceptional crypto.
Which policy?
He's put exceptional people. I'm telling you, full of shit. He's put exceptional people in his cabinet.
Can I just?
Oh, here we go.
What
Right.
policy?
Yeah, I'm telling you.
What policy?
Oh, that's part of policy. Exactly.
Which policy?
What policy?
Can you do one point at a time?
We can do one more.
Just do one point.
Name one policy, please.
Yeah, let him get his one. Let him do his first one.
Sure.
The first point was it's a good environment for tech, right?
invested in Intel. He bought a large stake, about 10% stake in Intel. Number one. Number two, he's expanded the partnership. He's allowed TikTok to be purchased by a consortium of American investors, Silver Lake, Andreessen Horowitz, and Oracle, so that America's privacy is safe.
Pause right there.
Okay, so just one second. He made a point about Intel and TikTok, so let's just focus on that. Go ahead, anyone who wants to respond.
I didn't make a point about the point was about tech in general.
Okay.
And the valuations we've seen as a result of his policy.
Yeah, I can feel the tech. I can feel the tech. Okay, I'm getting the box. So here you go. Okay, let me.
Let it go help first. Stupid
So
stuff.
while they're trying to debunk you,
NASDAQ all-time highs on block.
while they're trying to debunk you, you can put what you're seeing in the chat to back up your points. Let a left and then whoever want to debunk him go.
All right, thank you. So, Cougar, okay, first step, okay, you mentioned that tech companies in the tech sector were not affected adversely. That's what I'm understanding you said.
Never claimed that.
Okay, but you said that they were doing, the tech sector benefited from Trump's policies, right?
So far
Okay,
they
so
have.
let's look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA wasn't able to ship their chips to China, and when they announced their earnings this quarter, when it was positive, the market punished them because they didn't have the explosive growth that they had last year and the year before, year over year. And this, they lacked the Chinese revenue to make that explosive growth. Remember, it was 50 plus billion, right? And it could have been 100 plus billion, all right? And this is also reflected in dollars, right? No, NVIDIA wasn't able to get revenue from China because they did not ship any chips to China. Okay?
And let's talk about it. The U.S. government invested $8.9 billion. Hold on. So the American government $8.9 billion into Intel. So what I'd like to show is what exactly is the return on that $8.9 billion investment?
Look, where was NVIDIA?
No.
Oh Lord, see y'all.
Answer the Intel question. Answer the Intel question.
We hear your strong man coming from a mile away, bro. That's fine.
He says Intel, you should respond to Intel, not NVIDIA. It's just kind of weird.
Yeah, someone just talked about NVIDIA 2 seconds ago. Did you not hear that? Or
He just asked you about Intel.
Was there? Sorry. What was the question about Intel again?
The U.S. government invested $8.9 billion into Intel. How much have we seen them return on that investment?
I'm not sure. It's a long-term play.
Hold on a second. Are you suggesting you don't think the Intel investment will pay out positively long term?
Exactly.
Do you really believe that?
That's what Congress paid out.
Do you
Why
really
would
believe
Intel?
that?
Jesus.
I think there's
I'm certain it will be paid off. I'm certain it will be paid off.
There's an argument to be made that while that will sort of pay off in the narrow scope, the fact that the government is picking winners and losers in this way is going to lead to a less efficient market and is going to ultimately hurt the U.S. and its interest in the long run. So
We have to maintain supremacy in semiconductors. This investment helps us do that.
Well, yeah, this is a tricky one though, Your Honor, because like the government funded green energy, right? Like, and we all think that that's been very valuable, right? So why do you have push back against that?
Well, yeah, no, what I would say is that the mechanism matters, and in the U.S. provides subsidies. First off, those subsidies are short term, and there's a competitive bidding process that goes into who ultimately wins those subsidies, right? So, like, you can have a Solyndra and a Tesla
mechanism that allows Trump, hold on 1 second, I just want to get clarity, because maybe I'm wrong about this. The mechanism that allowed Trump to do this with Intel was set up under Biden, is that correct or incorrect?
I'm honestly not sure.
I can't answer that question.
It was the rationale
If you don't
was
mind,
that was.
if you don't mind going on mute.
Yeah. Misinformation, that's fine.
Cool. I don't know if you know how to say anything other than Alvin, personal, and lies, but that's okay.
Giving misinformation as you've been doing the entire time, but go ahead.
This is my first time being off mute since you've been in the room, but okay. Just proving my point. So, to answer your question, CEO, the CHIPS Act was the statutory basis for the grant funding that that Intel was supposed to receive, and the Trump administration pointed to provisions of the law as a basis for saying that they were entitled to take an equity stake. But I would just kindly suggest, that while I think there is a stretched textual argument in the statute that might allow for an equity investment, it is a stretched reading of the statute, and in particular, I would point out that in a prior version of the bill, that legislators like Elizabeth Warren preferred, it actually included specific language that would have allowed the federal government to take an equity stake, and that language was struck from the final version of the law. So I don't think that anyone who was seriously watching the policy before the Trump administration made this move thought that it authorized the Trump administration or any administration to take an equity stake in the company.
Look, we bought equity stakes in American companies before. During the financial crisis, the GFC of 2008, 2009, the U.S. government purchased stakes in American auto majors. So this is nothing new. This is not something that's unprecedented.
With all due respect, nobody was talking to you. I was talking to the CEO.
I'm not sure. You're finished. Number two, equity stakes allow long-term alignment between stakeholders. So actually turning these grants into equity stakes creates tighter alignment between American supremacy in the semiconductor industry and the U.S. government. It's that simple. Now you get back to your foolishness.
Turning a grant, can I ask you something? Grants, they don't have a bunch of interest. Grants you don't have to pay back.
They don't have the strings attached. Yes.
Why? Okay, but why in the world would you take away grants to turn them into equity stakes, and you have a lot of folks that use grants for various reasons, and you want to take that away and turn it into an equity? That is horrible. There are
it aligns the interest more tightly.
Actually, so let's just explore that for a second.
That's
weird.
It aligns interest more tightly.
Scenario one.
The ability for nonprofits to borrow.
Actually, let's just tie it to Intel for a second. Let's just explore this for a second. So scenario one is we give the $433 million to Intel as a grant. It's a grant. U.S. taxpayers, the only way they benefit is by whatever additional revenue Intel makes and an increased tax base, right? Scenario two is that the government has a 10% equity, and now taxpayers are receiving benefit off that equity plus the increased tax
capital gains.
In what world is that not better for American taxpayers?
Well said, CEO. Love what you're saying.
Circle jerking.
Yeah,
I'm not saying that the program is bad or whatever. All I'm saying is when you have institutions and others that maybe can't, like churches, and other things, that they use grants, okay? Okay, and what about other places besides, you have a lot of places.
It doesn't apply to them. This is a unique scenario. It
talking about eliminating grants entirely, and I'm sitting here doing the math. That's, yeah, I mean, we would collapse a lot of companies. Yeah, that'd be a bad idea. Okay, long as he's saying a select category or something like that, then that may be something maybe to look into, but mathematically that's not possible. You have 365 million Americans, and you're asking a company to crank out how much would each American get based on what percentage, state stuff, and each state is different. How the hell is that going to work? Because each region and state and territory is different in how things would be paid out. How would that work? I'd like to know.
So it's not that like we're all gonna get checks from an Intel dividend, but it's, and I'm just gonna make up a number. If it ends up producing 1.9 billion in additional revenue for the government, then that is 1.9 billion in additional programs that are being funded instead of
But they
taxpayers
spent
funding it.
8.9 billion in investments.
Yeah, but
So
1.9, hold up, but 1.9 billion annually over 50 years is a great return on investment. You don't expect to get the whole amount back in 1 year.
No, I'm not expecting that to come back in 1 year. I'm not. Right? But you can't say that that's a great investment when it's long term and we don't know where the hell shit's gonna be 5 years from now.
Bro,
Then you can't say anything about any investment if that's the case. This is so
Intel
illogical.
is a great American company. Like, we don't think Intel is gonna be.
No, no, absolutely. No,
Exactly.
I'm not. It's not so much that I think that Intel's not gonna be here 5 years from now. This fucking country might not be here 5 years from now.
It'll be here or something later.
Okay, so we can all agree that the Intel, we can all agree that the Intel deal is pretty positive, right? Because it also has NVIDIA backing it up, so it creates a circular economy. That's fine. But that doesn't say that the broader thing, the broader spectrum of the economy is better just because speculative markets are going up.
The stock market.
Well,
is
also,
not
hold on a
speculative.
second. Hold on a
Stock
second.
market's
Okay.
not
Right.
Am I ready? Can I go now? Am I ready?
No,
Is that ready?
go on. You can go after me.
All right, go ahead.
So I actually disagree that this is a good thing, and it's not just an economic choice, like decision here. You know, like the idea of simplifying it to, it's like the president's job to sort of maintain the national purse and decide what we're gonna do with our money is a very, very problematic view of how government should work. There's a bunch of reasons for this. One is the more government is tied to private enterprise, the more influence private enterprise has over government. We don't necessarily want Intel to have a privileged position within government. That's actually, in fact, very, very problematic. And there's all kinds of other governmental decisions that are going to be made now that are going to be thrown into question because are they doing this because they favor Intel or because it's really good for the people? And this is why generally when economists talk about, nationalized industries, they can be very, very problematic, and why most economists only recommend this in very, very limited cases. And Intel is not one of those cases. Not even
That's what it is. It doesn't
so that's one of. Why are you talking right now? I'm sorry. You can talk after me. You talk over and over and over again. You say dumb shit and you're arrogant. It's kind of
Everything I said has been
I
right.
will throw you down if you interrupt me again.
I'm not going to bed.
Do you want me to throw you
Fuck
down?
you. Yes, fuck
Keep talking.
Fuck you. I just did.
That's an awful.
Hey, hey, hey,
I'm so
hey,
sorry
I'm
now.
trying to keep up. Come on now.
Okay. So let me say what I was saying here, right? So there's also going to be new questions when it comes to transparency. So why is the government moving in the way that it is? How much has to be disclosed? And you're now creating a differential situation between Intel and other companies like it. Are you going to feel comfortable if the government is moving a certain way with Intel and there's the appearance that it might not be moving the same way with other competitive companies?
AMD.
Also, what happens? What exactly? And what happens if they invest
responding to Kubu, who equated this investment with the bailout of banks and car companies and called them the same thing, right? And one of many reasons why they're not even close to the same thing is because the bailouts in 2008, 2009 were authorized by the legislature, which has the power of the purse, and provided specific parameters around what type of troubled assets could be purchased by the federal government, how much money could be dispersed to stabilize the economy, right? And so there's a very important distinction between Congress presenting a law to the president and signing it and going ahead and executing it to stabilize the economy with very, clear, specific definitions and parameters around how to do that versus an administration just deciding that they're going to decide when things are troubled enough they need to go do something about it without authorization from Congress. Because then they can just say, well, we think, whatever company, Kraft Heinz is in trouble, we need to go play them. Like, who the fuck knows, right? So where the authority comes from is itself very important.
Well, so I
Intel is in deep trouble. Go
I
ahead.
just feel like the framing.
Yeah, so
here,
it's making who gives a fuck.
Yeah, I feel like the framing here goes.
Semiconductors are strategic.
And you
are not.
Hold on, Kubu, hold on a second.
Yeah,
I
so
feel
with the
like
damn
the framing-
companies, again, who gives a fuck?
The framing you are giving here sounds like a bit of a cheat, though. You're basically framing it as investing or not investing, but it is actually give a grant with very little return, or get an equity stake and have more return. So that is the actual framing. You're spending the money one way or the other. The question is, how much do taxpayers benefit from the money being spent? So you guys are cheating in terms of how you're framing it.
But you're also picking winners and losers as
What's
well.
wrong with that?
Well,
We
is
need
it-
to
is there
maintain
Is it cheating?
supremacy
Is it
in the
cheating?
semiconductor industry. It's that
Let me-
simple.
No one is talking to you, dude.
No one's talking to you.
So
You're not
CEO.
saying anything intelligent.
So CEO,
This ain't stupid.
is it cheating if Congress literally, which they did,
Spit it out now. Spit it out.
considered, Jesus fucking Christ, considered whether to allow the executive to take equity stakes or not, and decided against it? How is that framing cheating then?
What I'm saying is that the money was going to be spent one way or the other. Is that correct or incorrect?
Not necessarily. I mean,
It would be grants. It would have
so
just been
in
grants
the specific, yeah. So in the specific case of Intel, the money was going to be spent already because it was committed per grant that Intel had already entered into.
Right.
But the framing of like what I'm saying is there was not a choice under most people's understanding of this statutory authorization. So you're saying, well, the framing should be between choice A and choice B. And what I'm saying is, why is that? You can't even adopt the framing if you don't think that the authority was there in the first place.
But these are situations in which grants would be provided, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so then it's just a matter of if it's grants, again, with little taxpayer ROI, or if it's equity with a lot more taxpayer ROI. That is the real binary decision.
No, but what I'm saying is, I don't know why this isn't clear. So so absent restraints on authority, right? In a world where you can make any decision you want. So in your world, where you're CEO of a company, and you can decide to enter into a joint venture with another company, you can decide to just take an equity stake, you can decide to license technology, right? You have the full world of choices because you have no restraints on your authority, hypothetically, right? Let's not worry about corporate law restraints. But this is not you as the CEO of a company, this is you as the President of the United States of America, which means you have to base your decisions on either constitutional or statutory authority. And so what I've told you, let's just again put to the side what I, other than a very strict reading of the statute, doesn't have the choice E available to it because it is a limited power executive. The executive function in the United States is not unchecked. It's not an unbound power. It is a limited power. Well,
Have,
are you
you
there?
gotta have regulations, brother. I mean, look here. Maybe I'm
Wait,
old
Ashton,
school or whatever.
Ashton, hold on. Let CEO respond.
Sorry, CEO, my bad.
Oh, yeah, yes, give me a second, because I'm just trying to look up one thing related to this, so let her respond, I'll respond after her.
Go ahead.
We need some kind of regulations. We gotta have it. Excuse me. We can't live in a society where people can do whatever they want with, the stock market or whatever, or people trading, and doing things behind closed doors that they ain't got no business doing. That leads to a lot of stuff. You gotta have it. We're not in this imaginary world, because when this real world fails, we're in trouble, right? That's just what it is. All this magical world talk and all this other crap, that just ain't gonna work in the real world. And people's lives are at stake, and the stock market is not a fair balance for Main Street. Haven't heard not one of you talk about the struggles of Main Street and how people who are on Main Street really could care less if the Dow Jones Industrial Average is blah, blah, blah. They don't care. What they see is high prices at the grocery store. They see high prices all around in places that they shouldn't, in places that they were promised that it wouldn't be. That's a problem. And Donald Trump promised to his party, y'all are losers, because he said that prices would be lower and they're not. We wouldn't be in a war and we are. Whatever the case, it's a problem. And the promises so far, even your own party has said on TV, we ain't signed up for this, and they want their vote back. Too late. A lot of you
get
idiots
4
voted
years
first
actually
man.
to make a change. You don't.
He's
8
horrible.
months.
He's horrible. He's horrible.
8 months. No leader can make magical change in 8 months. So again, his last day is in 2029 on January 20th, and so let's give him a chance. Let's talk.
Right now.
Let's talk. Let's have this conversation then. Right?
Let's take the cat out of the room. Okay.
Well, I mean, Biden didn't do anything. Nobody could just stop.
Hey,
I don't know why he's.
There are many all-time highs during Biden,
Right.
but y'all still said the economy was fucked
We had
up.
47 so far.
Hold on. Your grocery bill goes from $380 to $500 and something dollars. Brother, I'm telling you what it costs to eat. What I'm sitting here and paying, and I see the damn bill.
Okay, let me respond. I want to respond now to the question. So I just was reading the statute. So it says under the CHIPS Act, financial assistance in the forms of grants, cooperative agreements, loans, loan guarantees, and other transactions, right? This other transactions has also been used by Department of Defense, NASA, DARPA, and Department of Energy to take equity or warrants in private companies. This has been something that's happened even in the 90s. This happened. So this has happened quite a bit in terms of the history of the federal government. It's not something new with Trump.
Okay, so two things to make sure I understand what you're saying. You read the CHIPS Act, right?
Yes.
And then you referred to the 90s. So the CHIPS Act was not enforced in the 90s.
I know.
So again,
I was saying it as precedent.
No. So again, my point was about the need for specific authorities. And so, for example, 2008, 2009, equity stakes were based on authority under TARP. So I don't know what authorities, I don't know what investments you're talking about, but there's no possible way that they could have been based on the CHIPS Act. And to the extent that there are existing authorities for
got to the late 90s, a lot of other government agencies began doing this. So there is precedent that other transactions means equity. That is well established that that's what that term means.
It's not.
So
it's just, with all due respect, it's not.
Then how did the equity occur multiple times in multiple agencies?
Because
what allowed that to occur?
Different statutes. Like you're taking different statutes and saying because it happened under this statute, that means it can happen under that statute. But that's not how legal interpretation works.
That's how legal language works. Yeah.
No, because that language again is within the context of a different list in a different statute. So just because I say the words and other transactions in statute A, which refers to, let's say statute A refers to the protection of fisheries, and it enables the federal government to I don't know take equity stakes in fisheries around the country and enter into other transactions, and so then the government goes off and enters into a bunch of equity-like transactions with fisheries around the country. Then we have another statute, let's call it the debt stabilization statute, and it says the government can issue loans and securitize asset-backed stuff and other similar transactions. Just because in the fisheries law I said other similar transactions allows equity stakes doesn't mean under the debt stabilization statute that the same words mean the same thing, because the context of the statute itself is totally different. Does that make sense?
Kind of. The issue is that other transactions has been a catch-all for flexibility. So it has meant profit sharing, equity, royalties, license, cost sharing, IP ownership flexibility. It essentially has consistently been language used to provide flexibility.
I
agree with that.
I understand that, and I agree with you on that. And what I'm saying, this is not like that big of a dispute. I think I want to acknowledge two things to be true at the same time. One, I do fundamentally disagree with you on the reading of the statute, because the examples that you're pointing to rely on other statutes that include other languages that had different contexts. And two, and on that same point, sorry, most people that are serious about this and that were paying attention to the law when it was being negotiated, when it was passed, and when it was being implemented by the Biden administration, took my view of it. I want to be very clear about that. And we have a different administration, they're taking a different position, and they want to have your reading. And they have some lawyers who are going to go into court and fight for your reading. And maybe the Supreme Court or other courts are going to accept that. So I don't know if I'm right or if you're right. I think you're wrong, and I have good reasons for thinking that. But go forth and conquer, CEO.
There is something that
The one that was from the 90s, though, they didn't have any equity in business. That was all contracts and bonds.
Yo, I think the whole premise when it first started, where the fuck is Google at anyway?
Did we have equity in business or did not have equity in the 90s in business? Where did equity come about?
What was that?
I'm not aware of a lot of examples. I don't know exactly what CEO is talking about. It's not entirely unprecedented for the U.S. government to take equity. It's not common.
I mean, CEO, I'm really surprised that you, who I think of as being a pretty mainline capitalist, to hear you advocate for government taking an equity stake in a private company. Do you not see the drawbacks, the downsides of this, and why wouldn't, if you like this, why don't you think the government should expand this, or do you think that it should expand?
Yeah, so 10 years ago I would have been completely against this, but the reality is now that
you at liberty to disclose how much stock in Intel and Nvidia you own?
I own zero Intel. I do own plenty of Nvidia.
Got it. So
So he's
would you say that there's a personal incentive for this to go well? That's
Butter.
interesting.
Can we get Butter a chance? Because she's new to the stage. If y'all don't mind us.
Yeah, I kind of have a different spin on this because I was thinking about the case of, well, one of many cases, but let's just take Apple, for example, in the mid 90s after Jobs was forced out and they were on the verge of bankruptcy. And what happened was they restructured and went back to, they returned to more simplicity and streamlined their product line, and they cut 70% of their offerings to focus on their core products. I think that and in the end, they made some strategic partnerships, and I think they did invest more money into the company, and here we are now with Apple, and that's just sort of like the short synopsis of it. But I think that when you start talking about um, the government investing in corporations like that, there is a risk. There's just inherent risk in that, I think, in terms of funding and misappropriation of funds, like all these things, especially after cutting so many government work. I'm sorry. I just think that there's probably a better way, and also, I think that I think there are other ways to reduce the debt too. I'm not saying that there aren't. I think this one's particularly risky because of what it is and the administration that we have, quite frankly, and not enough oversight. So I would think that we could find another solution, which in my case would be, in my suggestion would be to restructure.
So
I think that's
Florida,
excellent.
this is like fact. When Florida had warrants in Moderna and didn't exercise them, that could have been billions of dollars in revenue for, again, American taxpayers. So how is that a good decision?
Have the warrants expired?
Hold on.
Have the warrants expired?
I know the government decided not to exercise them, so
Okay,
I don't.
so the relevant question is if they expired, because if the warrants are in the money and they haven't expired, you don't exercise, because the optionality itself is value.
No, gotcha. I don't know. I'll look it up.
Okay, piggybacking on what Butter was saying, one of the things that happened with the Intel deal is Trump is now pushing for a CEO of Intel to be fired. Or resign.
Yeah, but with 10% ownership, there's not a majority share, so.
It's hugely problematic that the federal government is pressuring a private company about its decisions. Especially a company that isn't, especially a company that isn't in some sort of like dire straits that have the potential consequence of like ruining the entire economy. Like, there's a reason why these sorts of investments in the past have been very, limited to emergency situations almost entirely. I mean, like the conflicts of interest are off the charts. I understand that this is hard.
I make one other quick point, just on kind of a legal way to think about this authority. This Supreme Court came out with the major questions doctrine, because they were like, canceling student loans is like too big of a decision for the executive to do on like within the statutory authority.
like taking 10% stakes in major American companies might be too big of a decision to make on statutory authority. Just, consider that.
I mean, it's just a, like, the slippery slope argument makes itself. Like, where does this stop? Like, what happens if, there's a major shift in the economy? Like, what happens then? Are we more likely, oh my God, man, hold on a second. Are we more likely to bail out Intel now than we are a similarly placed company? Like, are we going to choose them as our favorite? Like these problems are really, really intense. And also, the basic conception of how our economy works is that we don't pick the winners and losers at the governmental level. We let the free market play out, and the free market is fundamentally efficient, and it does better than any centrally planned government can do. And when we violate that fundamental principle, we do it because there's parts of the economy where it makes sense to do that, where there's sort of inherent monopolies, or where there's some kind of national interest. But we don't do that at, like, picking stocks the way that, CEOs picked NVIDIA.
Yeah, I mean, but so, Your Honor, are you being consistent in the sense that you're saying, yeah, we shouldn't give that grant money either? Are you also saying
Grant money is not the same thing.
Come
on. It's not the same thing.
No, but the thing about it is this, is that if you're okay with giving the grant money, and the option is that grant money converts into equity, what's the issue? You wanted to allocate the money anyway.
I actually don't think that it should convert to equity. I don't agree with that. I personally think that there should be more of like a give back when it comes to companies that get large grants and then become, wildly successful. I think that there being some sort of basic, you pay 3x back if you reach some sort of level or something like that, I think makes some sense. Because if got money at an important time, like say, I don't know, Tesla did, then I think it makes sense for there to be some kind of give back. Now that said, I also recognize that that is problematic. It's sort of easy to say, but it's problematic in the sense that if the government can get money back from that company, but not another company, they may get, preferred treatment. Because if that company does well, the government gets paid, and if the other company does well that didn't take any government money, well, then they don't get paid. And that the potential for undue influence there is super problematic. So I think that, creating that program would require a deft legislative touch.
Yeah, no, I agree with that all of this needs to be done carefully. So we're in agreement on that. But like your proposal is like get a 3x return, and the reality is like if they have an equity stake, they can get a 50 to 100x return over 100 years, right? So that is just a better deal. That is more in the interest of taxpayers. So I don't know what you're proposing, why that would be better. I hear what you're saying on like preferences and all this and that, but that can be worked out in the legislative process. You have a solve for that, and we have to think beyond Trump. Trump, believe it or not, is not going to be the president of the United States in the next 40 years, right? So we can't basically set long-term public policy based on what one asshole does.
I just want to say thank you for reminding me that he's not going to be president for the next 40 years. I need that pick me up. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
So with all due respect to you, to my ears, it sounds like you're engaged in more short-term thinking than, for example, the owners me. Because there are a lot of levers that the federal government can pull, particularly one like this that likes to stretch its authority to suggest
producers, then the natural thing to do would be to give them the space to restructure, okay? But not so much as to give them a unfair competitive advantage. As far as pure competition goes, it's actually giving them um, a booth, which is not. I think I think that, again that's problematic.
Well, if you pay attention to what we've been doing, we're moving away from the traditional idea of fair competition. Look at what we do in the automotive industry, right? If it was all about fair competition, we would let these Chinese companies in here and sell these cars. But why don't we? Because we know the American automakers cannot take it, and it would crush the amount of jobs. So we already are evolving, right? So like I don't this idea that we're just approaching things the same way as we did 20 and 30 years ago. We're not. We're already making shifts that are basically designed to help Americans, as opposed to just saying, oh, let's just have everything be fair competition. We're already moving away from it.
So you're saying because we're already moving away with it, and so
From the country
okay.
perspective, global perspective. No, go ahead.
So are we moving more towards socialism? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that there are other countries already that do more private-public partnerships, and I think that us thinking about that more and strategically deploying that is in the best interest of America long term.
This is not a public-private partnership. That's not what this
So
is.
some of these same Republicans were mad at Bill Gates for having Windows on all the computers. So it's like the government versus Microsoft. I mean, it's like, what are you saying? So now they're just going to be an Intel, so they're going to put all their chips in every computer? You want an Intel chip in every computer that you have?
Yeah, that is.
There's no natural selection. I might be using the wrong term, but like now it really gets political at that point. Like if you start choosing who you're going to do that for and who you're not going to do that for. Oh, that's
Well, we
really
protected the entire automotive industry, right? We've done this for an entire industry. We completely protected them.
Well, what if it's not just one industry? What if it's whoever's ready to pay the play? Because if he's pushing his buddies to scoop up TikTok, or Ellison ends up buying Warner Brothers Discovery, which owns HBO and CNN, that's not free market anymore. It's crony capitalism. So really, it's not just about who owns what company. It's about whether the market is still open and fair, or if it's just a big playground for the politically connected. I mean, it warps the economy. It is not even business logic at all. The smaller players can't compete. The whole idea of a fair market is tossed out the window, which everybody screams about, what is so beautiful about America. It also makes the U.S. look hypocritical when we criticize China or Russia for mixing politics with business.
precisely.
Yeah, but like again, we can't have our cake and eat it too, right? So if we're not going to get tough on balancing the budget, then you have to diversify the economy in many different ways so that we as a country can continue to thrive. It's just a reality. We're going to see credit ratings go down. We're going to see social programs come to an end. You have to do something. You can't just say, oh, well, let's just keep going into insanity.
So social programs is going to make insanity. It's not going to make insanity. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm saying no. You're not listening to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that like if we keep going in the direction we're in, there won't be social programs because there won't be budget to spend them. We keep diving into debt.
The problem what you're saying, CEO, is like
Why don't you invest
this
in
is the thinking of like
open up
Turkey,
the
for
hemp
example.
market so that you can get mass production of hemp products to manufacture and distribute globally?
Okay, so CEO, like you just can't nationalize your way out of problems. And this has been tried many, many times over, and it does not work. Like there can be a good case for nationalizing an industry, right? There may be uh, moments where it makes sense, right? Like I do believe that there's sectors, parts of the economy where it makes sense for them to be socialist in nature, right? Which is to say the means of production being controlled by the government. Um, this I don't believe in at all. And there's lots of companies that have seemed incredibly strong and to be good bets that have turned out not to be, and relatively quickly. There's lots of examples of this, even in recent memory. So maybe Intel's a good bet, maybe it's not. But the downsides are just so rife. And then also there's the question of where do we stop?
Yeah, I don't know. I think we stopped probably when he stops because on one hand they warn about that killing our social programs. On the other hand, if the economy becomes more of a crony system that I described, and it's concentrated among his billionaire allies, the tax base doesn't get stronger, it gets weaker, which makes funding social programs harder. He mentioned that, CEO, but if those same billionaires also control the biggest media and tech platforms, they shape the narrative, then there's market distortion. So instead of wealth circulating in ways that strengthen the economy, create tax revenue, it stays locked up at the very top. That makes the government more reliant on tax, not less.
Exactly.
Well, you're bringing up a whole different variable that I was not discussing. So
Well,
I'm
a lot of
disagreeing
people don't
with
know
you.
about Ellis. Yeah, a lot of people don't know about the whole Warner Brothers thing and quite a few other media companies. But
I just had to add to the discussion, and I'm not on either side. I love how diverse this discussion is back and forth. But just to stick a pin in it, about the free market and it being unfair to other companies. Like if the government wants to take stake, the government took stake in a lot of different companies in the past history, and the competitors have not been disadvantaged or destroyed in any type of way. So I think if we're going to make an argument, well, General Motors, AIG, um, a couple of companies that the government had took stake in, and Ford didn't go anywhere. United Healthcare didn't go anywhere. Allstate, all these other Citigroup, Delta Airlines, Christ, is a lot of companies that the government had took stake in, and their competitors were just fine. It's more of a save thing, like CEO said, than a picking to move forward or choosing to like a favoritism type of vibe. So that's the only thing I had to add.
I guess I'm just trying to reconcile in my brain, my limited knowledge of economics, what would Adam Smith or Milton Friedman think of this, the champions of laissez-faire capitalism and all that? It's not a why are Republicans?
Well, I don't.
They say it's dumb.
It's the
So Scotty, that's a very quick answer. Would they have an understanding of the amount of debt the U.S. is in and the current kind of economic dynamics? They might not think the exact same way that they did at the moment, because her philosophies were based on how the world was then and what they saw in the foreseeable future.
But wouldn't they just let the companies die?
I don't know.
On which company, how much it influences, how we live.
I mean, it's got, you know what it's like? It's like, the founding fathers, when they came up with the Second Amendment, like, do we know they would be good with all the level of weapons that we have right now? Right? Like, we don't know that.
I think they would call it ideologically dishonest in terms of the Republicans, and I think Freeman would say it was fiscally reckless.
See,
Stupid.
But you know, it is true what was said earlier about, the government's taking, stake in companies. But I mean, think about the bailouts, right? 2008. Those were about emergencies. It wasn't to play favorites long term. It was to prevent the fucking meltdown. But what Trump's crew is talking about is different. That's not stabilizing temporarily. It's private allies consolidating permanent control of media and tech giants. That's not helping keep competition alive, no matter how you frame it. That's insiders locking up industries to tilt the playing field, and that's what they do. It's favoritism, and favoritism in the past has actually distorted markets. The big banks that got bailed out, right? They got even bigger. Smaller banks got swallowed. So when you say favoritism doesn't kill companies, it really isn't true. It's just that the survivors were the ones with the juice, politically speaking.
And, well, I'll speak specifically to the Intel situation. Before before any of this happened, Intel was a dying company. So if they were to choose a favorite, my line CEOs, they were to choose a favorite, they could have went to Nvidia, they could have went to AMD, they could have went to a lot of these guys with way bigger markets, way bigger the actually driver for this AI or technological boom that we're going through. They could have did all that, but they didn't. They took stake in Intel, which
Around.
huh? Say that again.
It's like Nvidia's fairly new. Intel and that they've been around for a minute. Nvidia is pretty fairly new on the market. So
I mean, it depends. It depends on what you consider. It depends on what you consider new. Nvidia's been around since 2004, so it depends on what you consider new. But yeah, as far as Intel was a dying company. They weren't in the average of growth in compared to any of the semiconductor chip manufacturers or makers. You can line them up. Nvidia, AMD, Micron, Qualcomm. They were behind the pack by a lot, right? They had to sell their foundry business until Trump stepped in and stopped that. So I'm not caping for Trump. I'm just saying, like, to make it seem like it's a favoritism. There's nothing favorable about Intel besides it.
Nvidia was founded in 1993, by the way.
Yeah, 1990. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but that was maybe just in Nvidia's case. I was talking about other companies, but that was the strength of national security too.
Yeah.
Intel still has to compete with AMD and Nvidia and Samsung too. It's not a monopoly created by political alliances. That was strategic industrial policy. I mean, it's not the same as if you're just close to the president and you're buying a media company or a tech giant to consolidate your power. I think Intel was different.
The difference that I feel like you not I don't want to say you're not looking at it, but that's not being mentioned is Intel was like you guys mentioned earlier was if not the first and the biggest contributor to trying to bring things that were in the CHIPS Act back into America as far as their infrastructure, their building and stuff like that. So Intel was more positioned American than any other of those chip companies. So that may be the favoritism.
Go way back now. You can get something. I don't know how old you are, but go way back. Texas Instruments also did stuff with computer chips and stuff like that. So semiconductors.
But we're talking about like from a now perspective. I'm not disputing Texas Instruments, but we're talking about whether the favoritism towards Intel. So like I was saying, I feel like it comes from Intel pushing forward within America, which that goes into Trump's whole narrative of America first and yada yada yada. So I think that's the dynamic of why.
The only favorite. So many other places.
The reality of it is that, like, when we get into 2030s, we're going to have universal basic income for because of AI anyway. And so, what if it's the case that, like, some of these returns that are coming from these companies can be utilized to fund universal basic income? Wouldn't that be fantastic? Right? We are in some really. We have to hold on one second.
So that's exactly what's being proposed right now. Is 90% of AI profits will go to UBI and support the entire nation up to 10,000, starting at $10,000 a month.
Y'all forget the most critical thing they making money off of anyway and should give back is our information and intellectual rights to us. I always told people that anyway. They make hundreds of billions of dollars off of whatever, your face, you. Somebody said, well, could you imagine that money coming back to you? That has nothing to do with the government shelling out money. That would be companies that use your information. They got to give it back to you. Legislation, here we go.
Republicans might actually, I mean, if there are any real Republicans left, they might actually agree with that because Friedman did have something decades ago called the negative income tax, where like if you make a certain threshold, the government will just top you off, you know. So if there are any old school Republicans left, they might see that as more efficient than, you know, just permanent dependency on UBI.
Basic income seems horrible. I mean, people want to be able to make what they want to make. I mean, if you're telling someone that's making, I don't know, $1 million that you have this universe.
It's a minimum. It's not reducing what people make after.
Okay, all right, guys. I'm just saying, look, I'm being critical. Hold on now. I touch critical and I'm trying.
It's no cap.
Okay.
It's
All right now.
no cap.
I'm just trying to make sure that, well, if it's something viable, I've just never heard of it. Again, like I said, I'm old school, and that's just not something, you know, my folks don't sit down and say, well, we're going to talk about hell no when you talk about universal pay. I've never heard of that in my life until I came on the ground.
Well, by the time we hit 2030, it's gonna be about survival. Period.
Right.
And it's gonna be survival policy.
Yeah, I mean, and there are like some countries that have this currently, right? There's Middle Eastern countries that have like a royalty, which is essentially UBI, like each citizen
Those
gets
socialist
30,000
countries.
or 50,000 a year.
Oh,
And that's just for baseline. They can have a job and make as much as they want to, but they get a baseline level of income as a royalty.
If you can't afford anything, then will it really be? You know, will we really
Does it matter?
survive? No, I'm asking everybody's thoughts in terms of it's just like everybody's so trippy about, you know, the way that we are doing everything in terms of electrical versus gas. But when they raise the price of electricity, will it just balance itself out? And I was just wondering the same with UBI and inflation. Which I mean remains to be seen. I was just wondering if anybody had any thoughts on it.
Yeah, I think that, you know, I don't think it would be any different. It's like you said, it would just raise prices. And then no, I mean, just in a plain talk way, people need something to do. They need to feel like they're accomplishing stuff. If they're just getting this base income and they're not working, because I can't see how that could happen that everybody would be working unless you cut
not have to worry about like AI is gonna provide for all the like basic needs that you could do what you want to contribute, do what you love, find your purpose.
I mean, that would be amazing. I want CEO's vision. Like I want it to happen, but I feel like instead of Star Trek, it's gonna be more like Dune. That's the problem.
I mean, I'm looking at it. The transition period is what's the concern is getting there, and there's obviously there's a good way, bad way to get there, and we don't want it to be hurtful where a bunch of people get fucked in the process between now and then, where people die in the process of getting to that vision.
Well, I'm again from the country. How is AI going to take care of all of, whatever you think. It just doesn't work. You ever seen the delicacy of grapes and tomatoes and you got some robot out here, whatever, bro, that just ain't working, man. It's just not gonna work. We gotta have laborers out here sometimes picking stuff. You ever worked on a farm? You think some robot gonna come along and clean the chicken coop? No. You gotta have somebody pick that stuff. I don't know, brother. Look here, man. I don't know. It's a lot to say. It's a lot that needs to be done on a farm. Robots can do only but so much, but there's still things that you still got to do by hand. You still got to, some posts you still can put in by hand because you can't just do everything with a robot. You know what I'm saying? You got to know how to tie it off. Huh?
Horizons just created everything you just said.
Yeah.
Hey, I got a question about this. How would this affect that? Well, I submit that we live in a caste system. That's not called a caste system. Okay. How would that affect just these different levels of economic or financial wealth? How would that be affected? And what would it look like?
I can answer that a little bit. Okay, so basically, you look at like what the median income is for the country, and let's say I don't know what it's at. If I'm just to say it's 48,000. Okay, so basically with UBI, you would say everyone gets $4,000. Now again, people can be Uber drivers, they can run a business, they can do anything they want to, right? And they would still have that basic income plus whatever else they earn.
Everybody.
Everybody. What if everybody wants to work?
Yeah, if they can get hired. Yeah, if they can get hired, or they want to start an entrepreneurial venture, great.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can invest that money too. You can do whatever the fuck you want with that money. It's universal.
We're talking. Okay, I see that. The investment piece. I see the volunteer piece. I see.
You see how? Yeah, you see how it eliminates like, all right, so when everybody wants like certain programs, they have civic, and they have to start these programs. They got administration, cost, training. But if they just give everybody the funds, they can just do whatever the fuck they want with it. Like if someone else wants to pay off their student loans and they want to get forgiven, use their UBI money for that shit, right? If you want to start a business, you got UBI. Use that shit for your business, right? If you want to get training, use that UBI for your training. It's the funds already there, and you can apply it wherever the fuck you want to do it. And you do, we hope that everybody is gonna contribute the way they want, and it's a benefit to the society. But at least their basic needs are met. They're not dying, and they can figure that shit out, and they have the funds.
Yeah, it's kind of like capitalism with a safety net.
Do you not think that people need? Okay, so I know we're talking about AI, and I know it's not going to replace everything, but it's going to replace a lot of things. Do you think that will shift the need for human interaction, or will it drive a desire for interaction in ways that we don't even understand yet and have an effect on the society?
Let's take the example of COVID, right? Everybody was inside, right? But apps like this is like an example. People had interaction. And then also coming out of COVID, you see how more people do those, be out and about. They have those food events. They have like a lot of people can go out and be with family, all those things. There's a big demand for that coming out of COVID. So that kind of is like a microcosm of what what the example would be if AI gives us everything and provides us everything we need, we're still gonna have that social interaction need, and we're gonna have time and resources to do so. So that's just that's what's gonna happen.
Are we gonna have a serial killer robots and shit like that? I mean, how far?
We already got them. What are you talking about?
If there's crazy people, there's gonna be crazy people that are smart enough to fuck with a robot and make it fuck with people. So that's we have to deal with that shit too. But yeah.
Right. Somebody in the chat was saying that UBI, that, like, people would blow it. There have been UBI
Okay.
pilot programs.
When they say blow it,
Let her finish. If I could
go ahead, man.
I know that, but there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying that it is. I'm saying the facts don't bear it out, because there have already been pilot programs in Finland. Canada has one. There have been test programs, and what they found was there's actually a behavioral shift. Having a steady flow of income actually makes people more responsible, because they're not in constant survival mode. They can plan better. They know they got money coming in. They can take tasks. Then maybe even like somebody mentioned earlier, they can start a small business. And of course, the thing is, maybe some people will look. We don't punish everybody because a small slice might waste it. We build a system that helps the majority stabilize their lives, so it's not just crazy town. Like, I think we have normalized this way of living so much that we think the shit is normal. Like, every people saying, well, what are people gonna do? Just lay around and enjoy their lives? Why the fuck not? Like, this is crazy town.
Some of us need a break. Just take a break. You got UBI coming, but yeah, like you said, there's a lot of examples of those pilot programs, and what they found was that a lot of people become charitable. The thing is when you know that you're taken care of, now your eyes open to, okay, how can I help other people? Whenever there's a scarcity mindset, a lot of people become individualistic and they become selfish, and so they try to only say, I gotta take care of myself first before I take care of anybody else. I can't help nobody. But once their shit is straight, then they can go out and help people, and then they find ways to help people. And now with UBI, they got resources and time. So now they can apply that shit wherever they feel like they want to help. And when everybody's doing that collectively, society becomes a better place. And that's what they found in those pilot programs.
Some Houston, they try to do that out here where they try to give out, something, and the governor didn't like it, and all that stuff. And I think if you can help people in any way that you can by giving them money, it was also proven with shelter, right? People had better outcomes knowing that they have a shelter over their head and not having to be by the elements and all these other kinds of things. So I believe in that kind of stuff. And if people want to work, they can and should, and those kinds of things. And if people blow it, like you said, it's not a program. I've never heard of the universal basic income stuff. That just never heard of that until coming on here. But you're saying that just because a couple of people mess it up, that the entire program won't go away or whatever because because of a couple of people. So I get it. I just trying to figure out how possible it is when the government's already complaining about the money that it shells out now for these programs. I'm just wondering, is there going to be a sliding scale? Because you already have people who are wealthy; they don't need an extra universal income or whatever. But is that program going to be set up in a way, in a sliding scale where how would something like that even work? Because we put sliding scales, so I'm not really sure how y'all would do that. How you do that?
I think there's so much money for everybody. That's the idea. They wouldn't matter. It'd be a minimum base thing just for being here.
Yeah, I mean, and this exists in a world where corporate profits are just so obscene because they don't have to have as much human overhead, right? So like,
Who would pay for that?
So you would be taxing them more, right? Because their profits are so obscene. So that would help fund this as well.
Yeah, and the whole thing about like sliding to a sliding scale is going to be cheaper, happens with bureaucracy and stigma. Who qualifies, right? Who doesn't qualify? What you have to make, what you can't make, what you can't eat at home. Just all types of hoops to jump through.
Yeah, if you do like the math, right, and you take like the top, they call it the max seven, and you do the dividends of the max seven for like say 10 years out, you end up with like £300,000 per person for 360 million guys.
Will be paid by private companies, sir, like private companies, and then what our tax base will go up to as consumers, or what are we looking at for, like, realistically? I'm like,
It offsets. So it offsets. So we're gonna be receiving at say at our end, right? You're gonna be receiving the UBI. So you'll be at a but the folks that that have higher well a lot of people are saying that it would be like more of like a value added tax. So that way it's it's not based on income. It's based on value add. That way they're gonna get value from corporations as well, and so it'll be a flat VAT tax, and they wouldn't charge more. Obviously, universal, right? Everybody receives it, but if everybody is receiving $1,000 a month, but they're paying more taxes if they're a higher income or a higher tax threshold, then they would be putting more money into the system. Similar to like Social Security, right? Similar to like Social Security. So it would be paying out more to the folks that are lower income, and they'll get more of the value from the people that are at the top.
Yeah, and one reason why we want more money this time, Ashton, is because there's that AI component, because they've done these pilot programs and they've been talking about UBI, for years now. And then remember, there's an existing, what food stamp system, housing vouchers, all of that could be consolidated too into UBI along with the higher taxes and corporate taxes too on some of those larger companies, even Apple, Amazon, Google, and then for wealthy as well. But the biggest different component that at least makes me feel better about it is AI.
I just feel like this is a redistribution of income, whatever you want to call it, with a zero net effect. I just don't see how that is really going to benefit anybody in a real way. I think it's all just good.
Let me ask you a question. So corporations, businesses, do they benefit from an economy that has with like their consumer base having resources, time to spend their money? Does that benefit those corporations?
Time to spend money? I'm going to say yes for sake of this conversation.
Yeah. So by providing that value to those consumers, it'll help their corporations because they're able to be more productive because they can apply those resources to businesses, to maybe their education. Like it'll be a down like basically a trickle up. It'll be like a trickle up type of economy where all of those people at the bottom now have resources, and that helps with businesses because now their consumer base has resources. They can spend money. So
But it's also going to raise prices because it's going to raise prices, and we're assuming that resources are that we have plenty of resources. But what if we have a shortage of something?
give me an example. Shortage of
Oil.
Something that's components or something. Shortages in those
That's probably not a good example, but somebody can.
Yeah. Give me like an example. We're talking about the AI piece. Let me know if there's an area that AI would not be
water.
Isn't that more about like supply chains though? Like what we had during COVID?
Yeah, I was gonna say
Yes.
it's definitely more
True.
that goes
Yes.
into that.
So what happened?
Well, I'm just wondering too
What would
if
be
if they,
what would
if
be
there's
needed? What would be needed to provide more water supply, like drinkable water, to a society? What would be needed?
well, people might not panic as much. That was my point. People might not panic if they know they've got money coming in. They don't have to buy up everything.
I mean, a shortage of water.
See that?
Even if there's a shortage of water, putting money in people's hands, like to buy water. I mean, there's already a shortage, so you gotta make sure that there's supply. So what would need to
Infrastructure, waters,
yeah, what would need to happen in order for, like right now, there's shortages right now in parts of America. So what has to happen in order to
We're dealing with that. We're dealing with a huge, somewhat of water shortage in our state because some parts of the state's really, really dry. And what they're trying to do is build a man-made lake, 71,000 acres, something like that. It'll hold that kind of water in volume, but the lake is absolutely massive, and they're going to put massive aquifers underground and drop that water gradually through gravity so that it just kind of flows downhill and can connect 2.5 million homes online. So the infrastructure investments and money that has to go to not just what y'all are talking about, but that's hundreds of billions of dollars that's earmarked for these projects to come online. We have to have, at least here, they're talking about better aquifers, and that's hundreds of billions of dollars to bring and move that kind of volume and water online. It's a lot of people that they're trying to get water to right now.
You know, if UBI causes shortages, I don't think it'll be
yes,
that way. It'll
the
be
need for water for that.
it'll be jobs
Go ahead,
jobs that don't pay people right. Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I'm thinking about like the skill sets needed for and the technology needed to implement those projects, right? Having a society that has the education and the talent and the skill sets to do that project, that would be the need to make sure that those that shortage doesn't happen anymore.
No, you
Right.
know, I think it's going to be the opposite end of the spectrum. I think the shortage is going to be in jobs that don't pay or treat people right. More so like essential workers, because people like professional skills. People still do the work for the money, the status, and the purpose. Period. Because they're not into UBI anyway. Doctors, lawyers, engineers. You know. And then in automation sectors, AI, and robots are going to replace a lot of those people that people walk away from. But the stuff that people enjoy doing, like I'm in entertainment, right? So artists, musicians, entrepreneurs, that would actually give people in our field a boost. And people in those kinds of fields do jobs they genuinely enjoy, and hopefully the money comes later.
Hey, don't think that don't think that some industries might be immune to AI. There's a lot of things that get created in Hollywood strictly with AI. So it's crazy. I mean, you guys heard about the music artist, R&B artist that she creates songs with AI. She doesn't even show her own face. She has like an AI avatar, but all the songs are created by AI.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put it in the chat. Y'all judge for yourself. I'm not gonna
Yeah,
y'all put it.
I know who you're talking about. But do you also know that before they found out she was AI, that the deal that she had was 10 times. So she got a hell of a deal, but it's 10 times less than before they knew that she was an AI artist. But I'm in Hollywood, and that's one of the reasons that we went so hard with the strikes was because of AI protections. So we have protections when it comes to those things. I think in terms of filmmaking, which is my industry, post production, yeah, that's already suffering in terms of, editing and that sort of a thing. But in terms of actual content, content is splittering all across the board when it comes to Hollywood because our industry has been completely disrupted and overturned. So a lot of those things, will remain to be seen. What we're trying to do is get in front of it and use AI as a tool so that it's not a threat to us, so that we can incorporate it into what it is that we do. And in terms of the things that we do that are completely human, the unions have pushed for, we fought for residuals and all of those things. So, UBI in terms of the integration in that, it can really act as a cushion for jobs, in entertainment. So, if AI could potentially democratize Hollywood, like it could lower our production costs for sure. But we're further away from that than we think. It takes a lot more to do a full-length feature than it does a 10-second clip that you may see that has zero storytelling in it. But so what the worst case could be is the megacorps, Disney, Netflix, Amazon, if they monopolize AI content creation and we don't do it independently, that's what's going to gut the labor. And I'm telling you, it's going to be a whole bunch. Do you think content is bad now? It's going to be absolutely soulless if that's what happens.
Right.
So it's either going to be a tool for creative freedom or it's going to be a weapon for corporate consolidation. And everybody might as well just, sit in their rooms and I don't even want to say it on here because there's going to be nothing to do or watch.
Play with themselves. No,
Thank you.
I play.
You said it out loud.
Here's the thing, because I'm with you 100%. The thing, though, for me, and you won't have to worry about me because I'm too old to even worry about this whole thing. When it's at its maturity, maybe not. However, I like live music. I can tell the difference because my ear is such that I can tell the difference between digital sound and raw sound. And I don't think I'm alone in that.
Yep.
So so in and I like performances. I don't want to see no avatars. I want to, and I'm willing to pay to see those natural faults that take place on stage. All the natural things that occur that are just magical when you're in real time. That I place a value on that. Do you think that will go away as far as entertainment?
I don't think it's gonna go away because people still love jamming. I mean, and AI will probably be. I mean, it's already production right now. Like they can, you can make AI, build the instruments for you, right? And so that way, you can have more production of those instruments, and probably people will have more time to learn those instruments, right? When you were talking, Butter, I want to share something with you because I'm actually planning my 25th high school reunion, and we just booked a live band. Like we want to get that. Have you guys ever been to like an R&B brunch or like an R&B live event where there's like a cover band and have like a full on band? I thought we were gonna book maybe a 3-piece band. Maybe one or two vocalists. But here's what we got. We got a full band: drums, keys, guitar, bass guitar, horns, 2 vocalists. It's gonna be crazy. We're gonna have that whole full on thing, and that's what people love, right?
But
go ahead.
I'm sorry, but you can do that before AI. It's called sequencing. That's been done. But what the music industry could do is potentially follow the lead of what we're trying to do in Hollywood. It's like if we use AI and we use it like Photoshop, basically, to enhance. So in terms of the music industry, especially like if it's a live venue, and you use AI for your sound mixing. You know what I'm saying? Then people are gonna lose their jobs. Yeah, but it's gonna be new roles. It's gonna be AI supervisors, AI data trainers, ethics, compliance, all of that. So that way we stay human driven and use AI as a tool. And that I don't know about other industries in that way, but I think that is vital for the arts. We don't want to make widgets out of content.
And I think there's gonna gave UBI, we don't have to worry about money no more, right?
Right, I said that
We got the
earlier.
UBI hell of it.
We just came full circle.
So right now, y'all, even now, around the country and the world, you have these festivals, right? And people are on festivals, and there are just these magical moments. How do you pre-program using AI? If I understand the enhancement feature that you're submitting, how do you keep that essence of just this and and actually enhance that versus take away from it? Is that
Are you talking about like a live show?
Yeah, like you've been in live shows where I don't know, there's just this magic sometimes that happens. Like say for example, when I'll just make this an example because everybody remembers if they're old enough when Michael Jackson did the moonwalk across stage, right? How do you keep that kind of magic associated with a live real time experience with AI? How does that work? Because most of that has to be pre-planned, correct?
That's it.
Yeah.
AI can't replace our humanity.
Okay,
I mean, that's his biggest
that's the
flaw.
point. Okay,
I think
gotcha.
the closer that it gets to simulating that, or maybe even allowing a human to duplicate itself and have like imagine a celebrity singer or artist that you love, but you're able to have a personal um, appropriate conversation and interaction with them face to face. I mean, that's what a lot of artists are doing already, right? You've seen Chris Brown in his photos, and want to make sure that they have that one-on-one experience. Um, AI might get to the point where they can allow all these people to have that one-on-one, um, like interaction with them, where they have like maybe at the show they instead of them just seeing one person in the on the stage, that artist can just be popping right in front of them, singing to them face to face, and then everybody in the whole audience gets to experience that same thing because it's not limited to just like one human. I'm just thinking like outside the box.
Yeah,
Like
I get it, but
where technology can take us, right?
yeah, I get it, but I can't pass it. Sorry. No.
Imagine feeling their skin, like they touch your face.
But you know what's so cool about what you just described, Jeremy, is that you know that feeling that we get when we're in a concert and we're in a movie and we're actually having the experience together.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's a name for it or not, but that whole thing where you're all doing it together, but yet having a personalized experience at the same time. The same way that you can get in your living room couch, because you'll be able to do that in your living room too. But I think that's a pretty cool concept because it preserves that part of the human experience, that togetherness, if you will. AI can't replace that.
Yeah.
It's the synergy, for lack of a better word. Um, y'all are making me think that when Prince sang Purple Rain and it started raining in the Super Bowl, that was AI. Wow.
Have you ever seen the Sade show when she does this rain screen in front of her, but you can't see the screen itself? I don't know what it is. They did this technology over a decade ago, but it's some sort of like a sheer screen that's covering the actual stage, but you can't see it. And it's not projection, but I'll have to look it up now. But when I saw it for the first time, it was just amazing. And when you just said that, that came together for me.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, they could have actually done that.
Yeah, Madison, there are people that that it brings me to tears to know that I have yet that I have not actually seen in person, and I can't even talk about it. I can't even talk about it. It's literally these out onto our inbox.
Will do. One of my definite favorites too. Hey Ramon, I saw your AI is already replacing writers. I'm a writer myself. I'm a writer and producer, and I've got about 40 projects in development. And I'm also an EVP at a story development company. It's actually what we do, what we've been doing for 30 years. And what we're finding right now is that, that was one of the things. Again, that was one of the things that we fought for in the writer's strike. Now we had to pay for because those strikes really set us back, especially after COVID and upon the return of this year, the mantra in Hollywood was stay alive to 20 till 25, and then 25 is out the year we have the fires, which set back a lot of investors and a lot of people in the industry as well. But in terms of writers and AI, you do have those protections in place, and none of the majors are putting. If there is AI content being written, it's against the fucking rules, but that doesn't mean that they might not get away with it. You do have to cite it if you do it. But there's so much stuff in the Hollywood pipeline. Anything that's being worked on now, you won't see until a couple of years from now, anyway. But hopefully that's not the case because, from my perspective, anywhere, when you look at the stages of film development, when I look at, there's development, there's pre-production, production, post-production, distribution, and some people include marketing in some of that. Out of all of those phases of filmmaking, writing should be the last thing, the last vestige, because it literally all starts on the page. Everything that we do is about story. Of course, there are actors, who interpret that. Directors, it's the director's vision too. Except television is a writer's medium, film is a director's medium, but it has got to start on that page. And if it's not the last vestige, it's going to lead to that soulless thing that I described. At least the crap that we have now is human crap, but you don't want to see AI crap.
Hey, it's why you mentioned I heard it because I know that community, especially those of color, probably are in proximity for the most part. You wouldn't happen to know Catherine Tynes Adair with.
You're in the Matrix, Butter. Unless it's just me.
I'm gonna put it in the chat. You can't hear me?
Can hear you now.
You don't happen to know a lady by the name of Catherine Tynes Adair? She used to be with Stars as an executive producer. I believe she was with last position was with Stars, and then there was a layoff there. But I got you guys. I'm okay. Medicine like never mind.
Are you still? I thought I heard you say Catherine Tynes there. No, I don't personally know her. And this is actually my second career. So there are some people. I've been in media for a long time, but I was a radio personality before that. So I'm even though I've been in Hollywood for over a decade now, I'm still kind of a baby, believe it or not, because it can take 25 years to get a project done. But I don't know her. But it sounds like she's doing some amazing.
You should Google her. You are interested in meeting her. I'll send it.
Okay, I haven't Googled her yet. I will, but you've always had a great amount of sincerity, Butter. So whoever she is, I know she must be good people. So thank you for that.
Yeah, she's been around as an executive producer. I can't think of the girl's name. The actress out of
lot of belt tightening. Everybody wanted to get their own streaming arm until they figured out that the American consumer can't always necessarily afford Stars, Paramount, CBS, Netflix, all of these channels at once. And so everybody felt tight. And they kind of used the pandemic and the strikes to say, all the development deals that we have on the table, we'll trash those. We don't have to honor those anymore. Not all of them, of course. The ones they wanted to keep, they kept it. Anything that they thought was too expensive or might not work. And then they weren't buying anything like the development. They just started using up because if you're creating in this field, you've got to be 2 years ahead in terms of when you start your development. And so what they did was they started using everything that was in that 2 year development pipeline. But what's happening now is that there's a dearth of content. They're starting to feel it because they haven't bought anything. So this particular quarter is looking really good. People have already started buying, and we're looking for the first quarter of next year to really be good. But then we've got all of this weirdness happening with censorship. Um, God, there's so many ramifications and so many things to think about. I said it earlier, this buddy Ellison might be buying Warner Discovery, and that's HBO, CNN, and so many others. So it's like, damn, we can't catch a break. And so we'll see what happens. But I've got a film one that I'm launching that I just launched in Detroit. I'm still in Detroit right now. I came here to launch it for an economic conference. It's a race, a crowdfunding race for development money because even some of the because I'll just say this to you, brothers. Um, there's certain types of content that they're kind of telling you in code. They start telling me in coded language soon after the election. Like, okay, we got to lay low for a minute. Basically, they were before they had announced no DEI. Executives were telling us what time it was. And if you're doing faith-based stuff, and there is an entity, it's called Teneo Network, and Teneo is literally raising millions of dollars to put behind conservative content. So emerging filmmakers that are conservative and push that, especially far right narrative, they're funding young creators. And so what that's going to do is you've got young people who are already being pulled in that direction that may want to create content like that. And I'm talking not content. I'm not talking about internet stuff. I'm talking about film and television. The stuff that we pay for too. And not only are they, already set to do that in terms of because if I already have this content that leans far right, and the media owners and the tech owners are leaning far right, they've got to pick up things that lead in that direction. But the Teneo network is funding brand new emerging filmmakers to create that type of content. So it's like, damn, what are we competing with here? So I mean, all that to say, I'm very optimistic. I really am. But at the same time, I've got my safeguards on in terms of it's always good to know what's on the horizon. And we have to have our heads on a swivel because it changes not by the day, but by the hour.
Yeah, I could see, I could see that happening. Uh, and I don't know if I'm against it. It does limit creativity, I think, to a degree that I don't necessarily think is a bad idea because some of this stuff is like wild. Like, I don't need to see P Valley on TV. You know what I mean? That's something that I need to pay per view or something. I don't know, but
nosy enough to go look it up?
I'm looking for it right now. I can't find it.
Okay.
It's called P Valley, right? Like the letter P.
You have been warned.
It's not for the weak or timid by any stretch of the
By any stretch of the imagination.
Anyone can continue to search.
Real mind.
But you know what I do love? I love that. I mean, and everybody's got their different take, but I love the fact that it's raw, it's unapologetic, and as a writer, you shine the light on the story building and the world. It just has so much depth.
They don't give a fuck.
Right, that's it. Thank you.
That's gone and said, Madison. They don't give a fuck.
You said it so much more eloquently than I ever could.
But here's the
And
gist.
I love every minute of it.
Here's the gist of it though. It's happening whether we like it or not.
Right.
It's happening.
Absolutely right.
It's in your neighborhood. It's in your backyard. It's in your living room. It's here. And so they have a platform and they expressing their thoughts and imagination. Now here's the catch to it. Everything else is being censored. Are they gonna censor that? Now then they're gonna have a fight on their hands. Cause that community, baby. So I work for a radio station. I'm a sales manager for a radio station. And this is when I booked a good commercials, whatever. They were bringing an act in town. And what's that baby's name? He went to Laugh Out Loud and said something about the gays and the lesbians. And the baby, that's his name, the baby. When I tell you that community tore his ass up one side, down the left side, they must got a whistle. Because when I say the grapevine is not fast enough, Greyhound is not fast enough, whew. And so my people on radio were talking about it because it was on ESPN. Now, you did something at a comedy show, but when ESPN picks it up, it's open. You know what I mean? And they called me and they was like, and your station, and we paid you money, and we gonna come up there. I said, listen, that ain't what you wanna do. Cause I swear I ain't had a good fight in a long time. If you wanna think this cute shit is funny, you come up here and try it. First of all, I'm in the middle of a bank. Try it. All of y'all going to jail. Now I do understand, how they felt about it. When I tell you I started getting text messages about how they do and what they do when they terrorize you and all that. It's like, so I don't leave the building, don't go nowhere. I'm like, listen, they don't want none of this because I've been in front of all the asses and we all get our backs dirty, okay? And they don't want to get dirty. But that community is amazing. They had to come back up here and they all came, it was like 16 of them came into my office to apologize when I explained to them, you do know that it went all across the United States. When ESP picked it up and it had nothing to do with sports, come on now. Now, they stick together. But they will wear your behind out. Y'all behind. Oh, baby, Beehive ain't got shit on this. Do you hear me? Worse than a Beehive. So I just want to see when they stop and they censor that community, it's going to be a fight. Get your popcorn, get your belt, get your gun, get out, whatever you feel comfortable. Get a book, whatever you got to get, because it's going to be a show.
Baby, it's going down. It's going down.
It's going down. The day they say they can't do X, Y, and Z, baby, I'm going to be here with my popcorn. I know what they do. They're trying to get me.
That P Valley is wildly entertaining. Okay,
Oh my God,
to
yes.
everybody. It's not just gonna be that community, it's gonna be a lot of folks. That show is loved. Because the fact of the matter is, you were so right when you said, those people are here. They are here.
Absolutely.
And what are you gonna do about it? And it's like these layered characters that have these universal stories. And it's just, these are people. These are people that work, that are entrepreneurs. They have real world struggles
in church, them coming through clean as I don't know what head to toe, sitting in church as their little conservative way of protesting the fact that they actually enjoy going to church. And I'm talking about a one of those old apostolic foot stomping.
Oh, man, they showed that tambourine. What you talking about?
Yeah, yes.
They win.
They're in the choir.
Yeah.
You know, and honestly in the pulpit, so we need to quit playing.
They say that they have no voice. I'm telling you, grab whatever you feel you need to hold tight, a blanket or whatever, to watch the show. Because baby, I'm gonna be right there watching, because it's going to go down, down, down. But you know what though? I also see some other things happening with P Valley too, because when I talk to execs about it, there's a demand for authenticity, no matter what the community is, these communities. And audiences are tired of watered down stuff. They want authentic voices. They want real lived experience. And so that's part of it. And this is one of the reasons why, like, Netflix isn't spending as much money in this country anymore on our content. Because whoever has Netflix has Netflix. They're not making money off of new subscribers. Either you have Netflix or you don't. And so they have gone into other global markets, Africa, and Australia, just different places, because what they're doing is that's why you see sometimes these stories from other countries, other continents rather, popping up in your feed, because there's so much more global content when it comes to that, and all of those pieces are niche pieces, and shit, P Valley is people relate to it. Yeah, it's prestige level writing, and it's shot so well. Cinematography, it is beautiful. It's some sexy shit. I'm sorry.
Singing when the gentleman that comes to the club introduces the premium dancer to his woman, and she starts taking pictures of her. Y'all remember this scene? And they have
I know exactly what it is.
oh my God! And I ain't gay, and that was
Well, listen. If you need some techniques,
make me watch that.
listen. If you need a few techniques, fellas, if you need a little charming, P Valley will teach you a thing or two.
I mean, I thought that was that was such class. Just the angles that they used. Because I can imagine that it takes the technique to be able to get those shots of those girls that they do and catch those certain positions in a way that's impactful. That's you can't just do that. You got to be trained and good at what you do, and the action, the interaction. It's very well done. Did it ever win anything? Does anybody know if it was created stage? The I don't. It may have been nominated, but I don't know if it won anything. I'm gonna go check.
Yeah, they probably was hating. It probably was hating. They probably didn't let it win anything.
I think it was nominated though. I can't remember. And Ramona, we got you. The company that we've been telling, we've been doing storytelling for over 30 years. I haven't been with them that long. I've only been with them 3 years, and I'm an equity partner. But we have dedicated ourselves to storytelling. These guys have won Academy Awards, Emmy Awards over the years, and script doctors, some of the biggest writers in Hollywood. But they've worked in obscurity because of that.
Yeah.
And so we got you, Ramona, and as a matter of fact, we're leaning into those kinds of stories because somebody's got to do it.
And then won September was it one Black Media Award for Outstanding Drama in 23. The NAACP Image Award for Outstanding Actor in a Drama Series. Nico did.
that I was telling you about um, that is a national network and that wants to shape, that's what they say, American culture. And they're recruiting, connecting, and deploying conservatives to shape Hollywood, basically. So I probably shouldn't even be sharing this because if you're a conservative filmmaker, you shouldn't be knowing about it. Let me take that out of there. Scratch that. But anyway, just be aware of it. Well, I think I'm probably gonna go find some reruns of P-Valley. You all have a good night.
You too.
And thank you for the room. It was a great conversation tonight.
Well, that's good. Hey guys, is everybody asleep? What y'all talking about now? We want to get back to um, conversation topic, rather. Oh, I know you ain't talking to me. I'm not having no pull nowhere, girl. Yeah, I see her. Maybe that was just the last thing she said. She's popping up. You know how the audio pops up on the bottom of the screen? I see it, so I can see why you thought she was still here. I think she left.
philosophy
I
is
know, that's what I'm saying.
the church saw this
It's not
way.
the church. That's what I'm saying. You're just kind of floating around. A lot of these early thinkers,
Philosophy
thinkers, and even enlightened thinkers, they were all floating around.
Why do you major in philosophy in real life? You major in philosophy. One, you're trying to go into academia, a researcher. Two,
No, I mean,
you're going into law. You're going into law. That's one of the two.
That's one of them. No, I thought about real estate laws go down the line, but right now I'm doing my general appraisal license because.
Yeah, you just want a bachelor's. You don't even care. Like, you just want the easiest stuff.
I have to. And I like philosophy. I don't mind.
I don't think philosophy is the easiest bachelor.
Ethics, your 101 classes, your logic class, your philosophy of religion class. God forbid I have to take feminism, like the philosophy of feminism. It's all good discussions. We talk about this stuff all the time, but it's not just based. A lot of it's just very classroom. This is more of a philosophy of religion, but.
Oh, philosophy of religion. Oh, okay. No, I thought
That's where you learn metaphysical arguments for God. And to defend said whatever religion. Surprisingly, not a lot of individuals in the class. If you like these conversations, it's definitely beneficial to learn at university because everyone who's majoring in it, they have opinions and it's decent. It's very good discussion. It's like fucking very dense. But at the same time, a lot of the teachers are left leaning, they're secular, they're liberals, and a lot of them they're not really grounded in anything. So they start thinking like Hume or Kant or whoever, and why the hell should I trust them with moral grounding?
No, Kant's universalization theory is a very good one. Even philosophy class. I only took like philosophy 101. I've taken an ethics class. Other than that, I don't remember taking anything else.
Yeah, you can learn a lot just from YouTube, but if you need a degree, you need it.
But Kant universalization is a very good way to convince people who are like don't believe in God or some objective morality to express to them something in a way an objective morality. That's what.
Right, but that same morality in general, that thing that's metaphysical
through practicality.
He's laying that same reality in the noumena is fully unknown. That reality is unknown, so it has like the ethical standard you have is only expressed through the phenomena. But he says the noumena is unknown. Well, then how the hell do you know the noumena is unknown? Or even
know about that.
If you're no, it's self-refuted. If the noumena is unknown, and that's the true reality, that's the real reality. How the hell do you know if it's real if there's no way to express it and you only express stuff through phenomena? It's self-refuted. It is self-refuted, dude.
Yeah, I don't know about that position. I'm not a big Kant.
No, every time you read Kant, you have to look at how he views reality.
I just like his morality, his ethic.
I know, but this is how he looks through his ethics because the intrinsic standard he's following, the true standard is unknown. It has to be expressed through the phenomena. So whatever he says, it's just his mind formulating the idea and expressing it out through the noumena. But that whole idea, in and of itself, is not truly what it is. It's just how we observe.
So there is no absolute way to know that is truly how it is. I mean,
if that's true, then how the hell would he know that? Because it's fucking unknown. There's no way to know it.
Revelation. Kant is a theist. Don't forget that. Like, don't assume.
Yeah, but he wasn't really a Christian. He basically made reason.
He used logic and reason. That's philosophy. If you're gonna make any argument, it has to be logical and reasonable. It's logic. It can't just be fake.
I know, but it wasn't just. Well, yeah, it's also him applying his own standard to that. Like no church is like
philosophy.
No church is like that. Because one, he claims to be a Christian, but he's not in a church, and he's saying that reason alone is going to. Not everybody. The average individual.
I'm sorry. Logic and reason is just not in the favor of the church or the traditional doctrine.
No, it's not in favor of the average individual trying to believe in God. It's not. Everybody is not a philosopher.
You don't need. We don't.
The average individual would find Kant extremely boring. He sucks at writing. He makes his own vocabulary, so he's like, you know what? I have the truth, and everyone thinks, and I know I'm right. Therefore, I'm going to write all these very in-depth philosophical essays and arguments, counter arguments with my
Aristotle. It depends on who's translating to you.
Plato's easier to understand.
Wait, you think any of these are original writings? None of these are original writings.
Kant, Hegel, Mills isn't that hard to understand. He's all right. Jeremy Bentham's kind of weird. It just varies. I mean, your average individual does not care about this. They really don't care.
And most people don't care about philosophy in general.
I know, that's what I'm talking about. Like, it's kind of a waste of time if you're not grounded in something. You got to be grounded somewhere else. You're just kind of talking in like an echo chamber, just kind of floating around.
You have to ground in logic and reason, and that's what you do in philosophy. Everything has to be grounded in logic and reason. So
that's what I'm saying. Like, your average individual's not going to think like that.
Like,
they don't care.
Like when you hear arguments
it's
about
like telling a
morality.
philosopher to learn how to, like, what's some of a philosopher want to do? Like,
Stanley, focus.
Be like a Navy SEAL or something. They're just not gonna do it. They want to sit down and talk.
I'm not sure what Kant's like metaphysics on reality is. All I know is his ethics.
He bases his very based on everything he elaborates. It is. It's
Kant,
everything. All of his
you're talking about, bro.
All of his ideas, they're only phenomena. So he doesn't even know if they're true because he doesn't even know if the new.
How is that not the case for everything? You have to accept that. How do you know that reality is actually what you think it is? So how do you know that you, in 5 seconds from now?
You're thinking of that skeptical sense, you're just gonna drive yourself crazy.
This is the naturalist.
You want me to tell you why I believe things are real?
You believe
why?
Why?
Because I hold a book and it's real.
Revelation. Okay, thank you. So, can you prove?
What?
You're just proving his point by claiming the reason you know is because it was revealed to you.
No.
A phenomenon. Yeah, it is.
No, because I don't say that this is an expression.
Just look. Is revelation considered a phenomenon? Go.
Dude, no, I don't believe that this is some expression of it or some freaking, what do you want to say, portrayal of it. I don't believe that. I think it's a real book. There's no need to question if it's a real book.
It's not. It is a real book. It is a real book. No, you experience it.
All right,
that's
it's a real book. Therefore,
who's arguing against whether it's a real book? The audio's not. It's just like arguing different things, like shifting the goalposts like randomly. Like, it's weird. It's weird how people get intimidated. Like logic and reason, bro. Just logic and reason. You're gonna throw Kant out because like what? Kant ain't even. I mean, I think Kant isn't even a Trinitarian actually. I'm sure. Actually, I need to look that up. But Kant is a revolution on ethics and morality. There's no doubt. Kant is ethics. Yeah. Universalizability is fucking. Can't argue against that. It's fucking a solid ass moral theory right there. Don't do something that if you did it and other people saw you, that people, if they followed it in your example, you wouldn't like it. And it's perfect. Why you shouldn't park in a handicap spot? Well, because if everybody parked in a handicap spot, no one who's actually handicapped will find a spot. And you might end up being a handicap yourself, and that you won't be able to find a spot. So it's a very good idea. It's very good concept to convince like atheists, who don't. Again, Kant is a theist. He's not an atheist, but you gotta convince atheists on morality and ethics. And he does it. So until Kant, no one really was able to articulate it the way he did. But if you're talking about, I don't know about his metaphysics, but if he's bringing up Numina or whatever, and I looked it up, it's just a concept in general in natural sciences. All you know is that you experience. That's it. You can't prove anything else in an absolute sense, other than logic and reason, which there are philosophers who try to contend with that. That's usually the case.
it's your experience, your perception. These are the things you could be absolutely sure of: logic and reason and your experience. Other than that, there's nothing else you could be absolutely sure of. You can't even actually absolutely be sure that you're actually talking to a human being right now. I could be an AI, I could be a woman, I could be, I don't know, I could be a dog, I could be an alien. You don't know. You have no absolute way of knowing. So Kant is right on that one. The reason you know about God is because of revelation. Yeah. Other than that, you wouldn't know. And there's no way for you to know.
We are without excuse. The evidence is there.
I believe there is evidence to God. Like, God gave you a mind. You will follow. I don't know if the story of Abraham, the way if it's in the Bible, the way it's in our text, but Abraham was someone who, the reason he was blessed is not only does he look at the world and he rejects idolatry in his own hometown and he parts ways with his father, but he goes on this journey and he meditates and he explores reality and he goes, all these things are contingent. The planets, the heavens, the night and day, all these things are contingent. So he realizes contingency and he realizes all these contingent things must be predicated on something that is not contingent. And he saw that as God, and then he called out and he said, if God, you don't reveal to me, I'm always going to be ignorant. And so he got revelation.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying that, okay, for instance, for those who never heard the gospel of Jesus, okay, and they go to their grave and they've still never heard the gospel, where do they go? Do they go to hell or do they go to heaven?
Are you asking me or are you Christians?
I know where they go.
Traditional or I don't know. So with so many different perspectives. Yeah, but a lot of Christians, at least on this app, don't believe hell is eternal anyways. They believe hell is temporal and it's going to be thrown into the lake of fire.
Because scripture is very plain and clear when it talks about Jesus spoke more about hell than he did about heaven.
I agree. I think, what do they call it? Universalism, right? Universalism. No. Like salvation is universal. Like everybody will eventually obtain salvation, even if you don't believe in Christ. Yeah.
Calvinist.
Calvinist. Which I believe is it's the honest way. It's metaphysically implied that it's determinism. Christianity is a determinism model. Because God is timeless. Because God is timeless. Like he can't change. So whatever is in his logos, whatever the logos is, which is a known thing, according to the church fathers that he was referencing, like Origen, martyrs of the Father, the relationship between the Father and the logos is a relationship between a knower and knowledge. So it's known to the Father. So the logos is known. It's not actually like an ontology. So it's not like a distinct ontology. It's known. So if something is known to God and God is timeless, can this thing that which is known change? No, it can't. So it can't be updated. It can't be changed. Nor did God at any moment have a choice in deciding the logos. So what does that make God? God ends up just becoming an actualizer of some software, some operation that he has. I really like that he used, the only thing he used that was a good word is operation. And he has an operation and he's eternally causing this operation into reality. And you see this, the pinnacle of this is Jesus, the manifestation of Jesus in human flesh. pinnacle. That's the top of the pyramid. All things were made for this critical moment. So everything was set up for that critical moment. And then and the overall logos is Jesus assuming the throne. That's it. That's where it all ends. God can say after that stage, he can say, I'm done. I finished. Now, why would anybody believe that? Why would you believe that God is finished or done after Jesus? Why doesn't God just go on and create a new nature or more, different species or expand the universe, bring about a new struggle or, a new creation? Why doesn't he do that? Well, that would defeat the metaphysics. So if God could do that, that means his logos isn't something that it's a potential infinity. It's not something that can be defined in a finite way. To say that it's a person, to say that the person of Christ, Jesus, is pretty much what can represent the logos. It wouldn't work. He gets frustrated when we talk metaphysics. Yeah, he did. He was like, I'm not going down this hole. He's pretty much doesn't want to go down this. I've tried. I'm probably not. I'm not Muslim. I mean, I'm not Christian, but I've put in the time. I've really put in the time for the Trinity and tried to really come up with an articulation of the Trinity that makes sense. I can metaphysically, but the implications of it is one like necessitarianism, which I think you just you accept. So Calvinist position actually is to me the most authentic position that reflects the metaphysics of Christianity or the Trinity. Anybody else is just not understanding the metaphysics. If you think there is choice in the Christian model, you don't know what you're talking about.
There's a lot of Christians who think, right, that if you're well Christian, I wouldn't say you're a Christian if you don't believe in the triune God. You're not a Christian at all. Universalists, same with Unitarians, all of them, they're not Christians. They don't believe in the deity of Christ. So they're not Christians.
Yeah, if that's how you want to define Christian, as someone who believes in the divinity of Christ, but it wouldn't be the historical approach. Historical approach is a Christian is one who believes that Jesus is Messiah, and he got crucified, and he died, and he was resurrected. If you believe that, you're a Christian, or you're considered a Christian.
Well, yes, but you still have to believe in his deity. You have to believe that he was God, he was pre-incarnate, and that he is God.
Yeah, I'm just going based on the historical definition of Christian.
Right. I'm just saying there's people out there that say they're Christians, but yet they don't believe in deity.
Christianity isn't a religion. To me, it's more of an umbrella, and under this umbrella, there are different ideologies that revolve around a figure, which is Jesus. How would I consider a Mormon and a Baptist the same thing, or an evangelical and a Catholic? It's impossible. They're not the same religion. They fall under the same paradigm, not the same religion.
Yeah, but Mormons are not Christian. Neither is Jehovah's Witness.
The thing with the divinity of Christ, if the church fathers or the ecumenical councils were able to make it work, maybe one could they couldn't make it work. They fail. So the church ends up splitting and over the nature of Christ. Even before that, Chalcedon. There's Chalcedonians and non-Chalcedonians. There's the whole nature of Christ Christ my aphosite. And then you have the two wills, Constantinople too, which just like sealed the deal on that one. It don't make any sense, man. How are you gonna Chalcedon? There are two natures, human and divine. Meanwhile, you metaphysically hold that God is outside of space and time. You know, what kind of union is this? It's not a union in ontologies because they remain separate. And it's not a unity in location because God has no location according to the metaphysics. And God couldn't be his companion because, you know, he couldn't be this consciousness that is always, supporting Jesus because he couldn't speak in that way. He couldn't speak in a temporal way anyway. So it's like, how do you square that? And then you got two natures. Each nature has its own intellect, has its own awareness. So hypostatic union, divine, human. The human is fully aware that he's human being and he's created. So Jesus, the one you're talking about, the one that walked the earth, is completely aware he's a human being. He's fully man. He understands that he is not eternal. He doesn't remember any pre-existence because he would be completely human. The divine nature, which is distinct from the human nature, is outside of space.
That's incorrect. He looked at someone and could tell what's in their heart because he was the God. And yes, he even said to the Pharisees, before Abraham was I am. He spoke of Moses, he spoke of other people in the past.
So how about other prophets that spoken of people in the past? Before Abraham I am? That before Abraham I am is just John, the book of John, indicating that Jesus is the Logos. So when he says before Abraham I am, it just means that Jesus, the Messiah, didn't come to fulfill some promise to Abraham. Abraham came to fulfill the theme, which is the Messiah. He is higher. He is the Logos. He is the top of the pyramid, not Abraham. That's why they got angry. That's literally why they got angry.
They got angry because he claimed to be God.
No, dude.
He was God.
Before Abraham I am, it's not a claim to divinity.
Yes, it is. Very much so. He said, you're not even 50 years old and you claim to know Abraham, our father? And he said, before Abraham, verily, I tell you the truth. Before Abraham was I am. And he was speaking. He was speaking. Because he was that burning bush that was speaking to Moses. He was walking in the garden. No one has ever seen God. Okay, so he was also the pre-incarnate Christ that was walking in the garden with Adam. God was walking in the garden with Adam. So how could that be the Father? Because it was not the Father, it was the Son.
So let me get this straight. So you think the one speaking in the burning bush, that isn't the Father, that is Jesus.
Pre-incarnate Christ, yes.
Okay, so you're telling me.
Same with Adam.
You're telling me
the
Trinity.
Angel of the Lord. Anytime it speaks of the angel of the Lord coming down and speaking with Abraham.
So you're telling me.
That too was pre-incarnate Christ.
Yeah, so you're telling me that the Trinity is a trinity of consciousnesses, as in there's multiple awarenesses in this deity that you hold. So, there are multiple souls in a deity. You have multiple awarenesses, centers of consciousness, subjects of I, that are distinct from one another. So, at this point, that's just tritheism to me. Even if you claim that they share a substance, to me that's tritheism. If I have three minds in a rock, that's still three persons. That's still three, souls in a rock.
Three distinct persons. One nature, one essence.
I'm telling you, for example, you have Cerberus. Cerberus, three minds in one body. Now, with Cerberus, do we say there's only one dog or there's three dogs? Yeah, it's a weird thing, and even in traditional Christianity, like Catholicism, like or in Orthodoxy, it's weird because Catholics don't believe that God has multiple awarenesses or centers of conscious or subjects of I. Like, they don't believe that. They believe only God has one awareness. It's weird. Yeah, one nature, one awareness. And
I wouldn't say awareness. He's aware of everything. God knows.
I'm just saying awareness as in the awareness to experience. So the only reason you experience anything is because you're aware of the experiences. So awareness, consciousness is what makes you sentient versus like a robot. Robot doesn't experience, aware of the experiences. Or it's not aware. Just like your shoe isn't aware. That's what we mean. I believe God fundamentally would have only one consciousness awareness. Or he would actually, if he had to be predicated, God is awareness. God is in his very nature awareness. So God is aware of all things because he is the awareness itself behind reality. And I believe science is proving that. I think quantum mechanics pretty much has proved that at this point, or it pretty much heavily implies it. There has to be an observer for things to actually collapse in a permanent way. And, out of probability, there needs to be someone who does a measure or an observer. So this is where we are in science. So that's how I see God. I don't see God as in like above or below. God is in like everywhere, as in he's aware of all things. Aware of all things. That's just awareness. And he set up a world where he focused his awareness. He altered the degree of his awareness. So before anything that God brought about, and it automatically became aware of him and immediately fell in orbit. So it's just God is inescapable, just like you can't escape gravity, for example. So God is inescapable. So what did God do? Because God wants, a range. He wants there to be choice. He focused his awareness. So God is above. So you would say God is above the heavens. As in the center of his awareness, the closer you get to the highest of the heavens, the closer you fall under the effect of God's awareness. So there's like a huge spiritual pressure that comes with God revealing himself in an absolute way. You would just immediately bow. You would kind of thing. So that's why we're on Earth. Earth is the furthest away from the highest heaven. So the effect is a lot less, or the way God managed it. Some say between us and God there's a veil or there's a barrier or something. So, it's not like the awareness of God, the influence has a decay range or something. No. The reason it's not distance is because God has put a barrier. So when I know it was someone referenced the story in the Bible when it comes down to Moses and God and Moses seeing the back of God, he didn't see the actual ontology of God. No, he saw the awareness in effect, and he described this effect as the back and the hand of God. Not that these were the literal back and hand of God. But in the Quran, it talks about how Moses asks for to see God, and God tells him, you won't be able to see me because like reality won't manage it, like it won't handle my me unveiling myself. And as he commenced in unveiling himself or manifesting, the immediately the mountain collapsed and Moses collapsed. So God revealing the barrier or removing it, he has such an effect on reality. It would just crumble. It would have to be remade. And that's why God is going to remake the earth. I think Christians even believe that as well. Yeah, there will be they all new heaven and new earth. Yep, everything will be ended and brought back anew. No, I am a theist. I'm a Muslim.
You are Muslim?
Yeah, I believe in Islam.
Oh,
But I try to look at things more objective. I don't like to, use more academic terms, universal terms than like in academic setting. I would just say like neoclassical theist. People would understand like, oh, this is his principles. This is how he views, you know.
I don't know.
Yeah, but I'm a Muslim. I believe in Jesus. I believe he's the Messiah. I don't believe in him God. But that's not because I not to. It's because it's incoherent.
Muslims don't believe he died on the cross either.
Yeah. Now that's where people would have a stronger argument because the historical evidence points that there was a crucifixion. So we're going against the historical narrative. But we're claiming revelation. So it's not like it's implausible. It is plausible that Jesus wasn't killed on the cross. It's plausible. But yeah, it's not the main. But without the divinity of Jesus, it doesn't even make sense for Jesus to die on the cross. So the only reason he even is that Christian or these Trinitarians entertain him dying is because he was divine. So that's what I criticize Unitarians over. If Jesus isn't divine, what's the point of him dying on the cross? They'll say martyrdom. I didn't know God needed to send the Messiah just so he could give us another example of martyrdom. As if John the Baptist or Zechariah or Isaiah weren't in it.
In the Old Testament, why do you think they had to have blood sacrifices? For the forgiveness of sins, right?
I mean, I've looked at unintentional sin though, not to like have a debate on it.
So the wages of sin is death. The only way for forgiveness is death. The wages of sin is death.
Oh, we're all gonna die.
Yeah, obviously. But still, in order for sins to be forgiven, they had to have a sacrificial lamb. It was only forgiven by blood. But that was a foreshadowing of what Christ was going to do on the cross. Same with Isaac. That was also a foreshadowing. But Muslims believe it was Ishmael, but it was Isaac.
We as Muslims don't dogmatically hold that it is Ishmael or Isaac. So the Quran does not not specify, and I don't believe the hadith specifies whether. It doesn't say firstborn either. It just says that he, sacrificed his son. But it's implied that it is his firstborn because it's his own. Otherwise, the weight of the tribulation isn't really that significant. Well, the only way this tribulation really makes sense to test Abraham over, if it was his only son. So if he only has one son and he finally had him in old age, for God to tell him to sacrifice him, like he's just gonna be looking at him, at God, and going like, "What?" It's like I just had this son. But if Abraham had two sons, like even Abraham might have surmised that, oh, this is a test. Probably knew it was a test from the first one, but it was a very heavy test. But the second time, it wouldn't have held the same weight because he already has a second son. And actually, maybe this might solve his problems internally.
Sarah, and the promise came from Sarah, not Hagar.
I'm just seeing what would logically flow. I know what the narrative is. I just don't see it logically flowing. And if it was Sarah, why hasn't the promise happened to the descendants of Isaac? It happened to the descendants of Ishmael. The ones who inherited the promised land to Abraham, the seed, are the Ishmaelites. From the Nile to the Euphrates today, it's the Ishmaelites that rule these lands. Yeah, you have the issues that are happening in Israel, Palestine, but overall, the land that the Jews claim to be the one promised to them or to the Israelites through Abraham, greater Israel's been given to the Ishmaelites. And this happened, this clearly was achieved or actualized the coming of Islam. So you have a whole promise to Abraham that's been actualized. And it wasn't at the hands of the Israelites or the descendants of Isaac. Actually, if we look today, the Jews, the overwhelming majority, 80% plus, would not be they wouldn't even have the chance. It's not even plausible for them to be from the seed of Abraham. It's impossible. So this prophecy can never be actualized. If it has been actualized, if God is true and these promises are true, then it already happened. It's already been actualized. If you're waiting on the Jews to do it, it's not going to happen. To inherit the promised land that was promised to Abraham, the covenant. I mean that greater Israel, if you hear them talking about it, I don't know if you know about it. It's pretty much the land from the Nile to the Euphrates, this land, which it is pretty much the Arab world. And from the Nile to the Euphrates, you see the heaviest concentration in the world of the haplogroup, the predominant one among Semites. So it's going to be J1. So J1 is in the world is Nile to the Euphrates. That's the concentration. And this paternal haplogroup, this lineage matches the Jews, the Aaronites or the Levites, the Kohens. It's a match. Not only that, but it's a match to the ones to the Davidic lines that they claim to preserve. So this is all a match. Because it doesn't match with who? The majority of Jews, the ones who are even in Israel today. It doesn't match with them. So it's like stuff like this that prove it. There's no argument. I can't. The Hebrew narrative in the Hebrew Bible doesn't make any sense. Of all these promises, why now are they being actualized only under the Muslims? Whether it's the promise to Abraham, whether it's the book of Daniel when it comes down to the kingdoms in Rome and the kingdom of God coming in, that, or whether it's the Essenes who claim that the Messiah is going to come from the line of Aaron, not from the line of David. all of this ended up becoming true. The Hebrew Bible narrative didn't apply to the Israelites. It didn't apply to those who call themselves Jews. It never happened. And actually, every time they're getting it wrong, and other groups are actually getting it right. And so and then rabbinic Judaism ended up switching all these prophecies, altering their meanings, and now a lot of the problems you see today is because they altered those prophecies. And they made their constituents believe that these prophecies don't apply to those times. They don't apply to Jesus, for example, with the book of Daniel. It applies at a future date has yet to happen. Okay, if there's a future date, so you're saying the book that never fell, like the book of Daniel says, like, which is supposed to be Rome. And they'll tell you, yes, it hasn't fallen. I was like, all right, where's Rome today? Well, this is the West, the Catholic Church, the West, Christendom is Rome. So Christendom, the West, has to fall before, the Messiah shows up, just like as the book of Daniel says. And this is in the Zohar, by the way. This is in the Midrashes, in the Talmud. So, that's how bad Judaism is when it comes down to the prophecies. Nothing has actually worked in their favor. According to just history. Did the book of Daniel, did the prophecies happen the way it did? No. Didn't happen. Did the promise to Abraham happen, or they were given the land, which they're so crying about right now?
Promise.
No.
But he was promised to be the father of many nations.
Yeah, he is. Who made that happen?
So yeah.
Who made Abraham the father of many nations? Today, no, I'm just saying today, the many nations that claim Abraham, what are they predominantly? Ignoring religious nations or, like Christianity or Judaism or Islam. It's not what I'm considering nation.
Those who have faith in Jesus Christ are the children of Abraham.
So I would tell you, like Egypt, like Syria, like Iraq, Babylon, Persia, like all these lands that used to be, antagonistic towards, the Israelites or God's people. They are all today, all claiming to be, of Abraham. Not necessarily, but it's.
That's just a claim. But, from the New Testament, as Christians, we believe that it's those who have faith in Jesus that are Abraham's children. So that's the only way to be a true child of Abraham. Even the Jews during the first century, or during the ministry of Christ, Jesus told us their faith, to their face, that they are not the children of Abraham. So, but I know you don't believe that.
No, Jesus didn't say something that wasn't a fact. I mean, to be a child of Abraham, I think it was in the book of John or something. Like, I'll bring out of the stone some children of Abraham. If you think you guys, even if you're saying that you're the children of Abraham, which you're not, because again, if you look at that time, there was already forced conversions into Judaism so clearly, they're not all the tribe. They're not all descendants of Judah, and hence Isaac, and hence, or Jacob, Isaac, Abraham. They can't be. So that one, and then two, you're not even following in the ways of Abraham to begin with. So, Abraham himself would probably disown you. And you're replaceable. Like, I can literally bring them out of the stone, which I believe was a prophecy when it comes down to the Muslims. I'm going to go bring them out of the stone. Who's was worshiping the stone in Arabia at the time. And that's exactly what happens. So Jews reject the Messiah, or let's say the Sanhedrin, the Pharisees. They reject the Messiah. You know, if you look at what happens after, they continue on in the way they want it. They have a Bar Kokhba revolt, they have the Second Jewish Revolt, they have the Bar Kokhba revolt, a revolt against Constantinius, they have a revolt against Heraclius. There's so many revolts that took place up until like the 6th century by Jews. And literally when Islam shows up is when the Jews, with the help of the Persians, the Sassanids, take over Jerusalem and pretty much go on a mass butchering campaign against Christians. This is all happening in the 7th century, or 6th, 7th century, 614, so 7th century. Tomb of Christ in Jerusalem. They destroyed that building, by the way. So that was destroyed in the 7th century. People don't know that. Is there? I don't know. Is that a coincidence or is? I don't believe in coincidences.
They're trying to get the attention of Congress. The conversation. They're trying to get the attention of a mod. I can't read the.
I don't know. Maybe they want to come up. I don't know.
Does somebody want to come up? I just Ego just said auto mods. Yeah, I'm making you a mod. All right. Thank you, but I just realized I might be a good mod. Yeah, I'm driving, so I can't see the people adding your photos.
It's not really been talking nonstop. I mean, curious about what though? You got to be curious about something. I don't know what that means.
What are they saying? Or are you saying what?
I don't know. Maybe I wanted to post some schemes. I don't know. But anyway, 7th century. 60 to 90,000 Christians killed at this point. And Church of Holy Sepulchre destroyed. Jews are now in Jerusalem, and they got like 2 messiahs, and they're backed by the Sassanids. Out of disgust, the Sassanids, and probably other reasons. They leave, they kind of abandon them, and Heraclius does the miracle turnabout that he does. He retakes Jerusalem. The thing that he decrees is that all Jews are to be, put to the sword or forcefully baptized. And one of the messiahs actually does end up becoming baptized and converts. One of them is killed, the other one converts. Heraclius kills him nevertheless, and because of that, there's something called the Fast of Heraclius, which I believe the Copts do, like every year. I think they fast a week just to like repent. As repentance because of what Heraclius did. But at that point, Jews are facing existential threat. The ones who show up are the Muslims. So literally, Islam ends up saving the Jews. I don't believe that's a coincidence. The messianic kind of force they were looking to like, you know, bring about the to preserve the teachings of Abraham and monotheism and get rid of the Romans and all that. It happened. It didn't happen at their hands, even though they tried, and not for a lack of trying. It happened at the hands of the Muslims.
So you think all the Messianic prophecies were about the Muhammad and Islam and the rise of Islam?
No, I don't believe Muhammad is the Messiah. No, I believe this is the kingdom of God.
Do they even talk about the kingdom of God in the Quran?
The kingdom of God is everything. Everything belongs to God. So in that sense, but if you mean like the kingdom of Solomon, yeah, God has established some. I mean, we believe in 4 monarchs. So,
I just didn't know I didn't even know there was any teaching about the kingdom of God in the Quran. I was completely unaware.
I just don't literally like say kingdom of God. I mean, it's not that reference isn't there, but everything is the kingdom of God. So that's more of a universal term.
Is there a reference to the kingdom of the Messiah in the Quran?
No. This is
so then where are you getting it from? Oh, so the Hadith?
Yeah, as in for the descriptions of the Messianic era, that's from the Hadith. But if you're talking about like the Messiah or Jesus being the Messiah, no, that's in the Quran. The Quran does declare him to be the Messiah.
It just doesn't talk about him having a kingdom. It doesn't talk about the kingdom of God.
Yeah, it doesn't talk about him having a kingdom. It talks about the events that happened. And, like he wasn't crucified, wasn't killed. They claim he was killed. And in that sense, denies his divinity. You know, some say that in the Quran there's like a passage or two that highlight his second coming. One could make an argument, but it's not like an absolute. Like it's not clearly showcased or there's verse that I mean.
Even Muslims believe that he's coming back.
Yeah. I mean, if he's talking about like a source from the Quran that says he's coming back for the second time, there isn't something like directly saying that. Some say, in reference that it's referencing Jesus, but it doesn't necessarily need to mean Jesus.
I just think it's interesting because I know that Islam believes that it's the final revelation of God. It is continued, or I guess the message of the prophets before. But the message of the prophets in the Old Testament was that the kingdom is coming, and the Messiah is coming. And then when Jesus arrived, he's like, "Hey, I'm the king, and I'm going to establish my kingdom." And then when Islam comes, there's no mention of a kingdom. So it doesn't seem like it's really consistent. It's like they kind of miss the entire point of the message of the prophets in the Old Testament.
It just depends on what you mean by a kingdom. Like, they don't have to say, we're the kingdom of God in reference in your scripture, or they have to, like, quote Daniel or any of that. No, they don't have to. First of all, these traditions don't necessarily pertain to them. They don't have a history. Yeah, there are Arab Christians, there are Jews, but predominantly these are not their traditions. So the claim is they have revelation, and that's why they've become aware of these traditions, and that's why they're willing to fight and die for it. So that's how they approach. And then they claim that they have a leader who's claiming to be the viceroy of God. So he's like a caliph. So a caliph is someone who is a representative of God on earth. In that sense, kind of like how you have a pope. It's just our caliph isn't infallible. So it's in context. It's not. Also, who told you the kingdom was going to show up in a day and a night? It didn't show up when Jesus. It's a choice. Someone has to take up the mantle. Someone has to fight for it. And they didn't want to fight with Jesus. They don't want to make the high priest. They didn't want to acknowledge him. And I think that had to do because he had no father. because he had no father, he wasn't from the lineage of David, that would go against what they have written down. That would make them look like they've been in error for quite a long time.
So when he told his mother and father that I must be about my father's business, he had a father.
And that's the what you read in the scripture. Sure. I mean, whether Jesus called God the Father or not, I mean, at least based on the scripture,
That was his biological father.
No, I wasn't his biological father, as in Jesus is not of the divine essence to begin with. He's a human nature, which is absolutely distinct and separate from
God,
God.
fully man.
Okay, but explain the hypostatic union. What's the hypostatic union? Two natures, separate, distinct.
Right.
In a union. What is the nature of the union? We don't know. And you have church fathers who call it like a conjunction or something. Subordinationism. To me, that relationship is subordination, which is also what the early church fathers believed in. So the human nature, Jesus, with a human mind, because he has to be fully human, because the Council of Constantinople I is the one that denied the Apollinarianism, declared Apollinarianism a heresy, even though they believed in two natures. Yeah, so they believed in two natures, but they didn't believe in two minds. So they didn't believe like Jesus had his own consciousness, like the human had his own consciousness. They believed that it was only God. There was only one mind, and through this mind, there's a human nature, which would turn it into theophany, which would be pretty much what the Docetists were saying. So it's just Docetism, really. When you deny the mind of the human or the soul of the human, then you're saying that the human nature is but a manifestation of the divine mind, which would go back to Abraham and the three men, which you believe one of them is a theophany. You don't believe that God took on the nature of one of the men when he showed up to Abraham. You don't believe that. It's a theophany, it's an appearance.
No, I believe he was fully man.
Do you believe like when God showed up to Abraham, he was a fully male? I'm talking about the three men and Lot and Sodom and Gomorrah. Yeah, so he wouldn't be fully male.
The angel of the Lord spoke to Abraham while the other two angels went down into the city. That angel of the Lord was the pre-incarnate Christ.
Yeah, so that would be a theophany, right? That would be like an angel appearing as a man. Like the angel isn't actually becoming a man. He's not incarnating as a man. He's not taking on the full nature of being human. So he's still an angel.
I agree with that.
Yeah, if you tried to go stab him.
He's pre-incarnate Christ, Son of God.
I'm just talking like angels in like when they do show up to men. Not necessarily that story. But when they do show up, they take on the appearance of men, right?
Right.
Yeah. Assume you tried to stab one of these angels. You think he's gonna hit the ground?
No.
Yeah, he's gonna look at you like you're a fucking idiot. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Not even gonna bleed or anything. Why? Just looking like a human. It's not actually a human. So that you would say is a manifestation. That would be like a theophany. In a specific sense, it would be a theophany, a manifestation. So that's what they accuse the Apollinarianists of claiming, that it's just a manifestation. And the Docetists as well. So the Chalcedon, you have to affirm a human mind, like a human consciousness, a human soul to Christ. So the two natures that you hold within the hypostatic union, these two can have a conversation. They can have a back and forth. It's not just one mind behind them. No. So how is Jesus God? human nature is distinct from the divine nature, and they both have their own minds and consciousnesses. And if how can two minds be one person, which is what you call the Son of God? How's that work? No, there's one person, two distinct minds. Because you claim the hypostatic union is the Son of God, so this is the person which is the second person of the Trinity, the Son of two natures, one person. Yeah, after the non-Chalcedonians, they denied this. So you got like Miaphysite. Nah, they only have one nature. So that was the split after Cal. So you have Christians who affirm two natures, deny two minds. And you have Christians who affirm two natures, two minds. And you have Christians who affirm one nature, one mind. No, one nature, one will. Okay, if there's only one nature and God is divine, it would be the divine nature. You know, the human nature, you know, wouldn't be pre-eternal to God. So the human nature. Now, if God humbles himself, there would only be the mind of God acting humble. The thing with Christ, it's not only the mind of God. It's there's a human mind there. There's a human consciousness. There's actually a human soul. And this human soul does not know that it is pre-existing. It doesn't, because it's a human. A human is created. There are no human beings that are pre-existent. I mean, that would just be blasphemy. But the human nature didn't always exist. The human nature's always been. Okay, there's no problem. God is God, divine. There's a human. No. There are many prophets who, you know, were practically God in the sense that God has given them the authority to speak pretty much in his first person. You know, so whole book on this divine images. I don't know if you like Dan McClure or not, but he has a book on this. But he talks about this. It's implied in the Hebrew Bible with like Exodus, I think, like 30. I don't know, the one with the you know the angel's who won't forgive sins because he has my name or something. So this is an example, which is also like at the Exodus, yeah, pretty much at the end of the 5 books, and so it's supposed to be at least based on what the academics are saying. The Bible written different periods, even the Book of Moses. So there's a developing philosophy doctrine in the Hebrew Bible, and you see it conclude with that verse in Exodus, which talks about an angel's gonna, he's gonna listen to him. He's not gonna forgive because my name isn't, paraphrasing obviously. But that gives you the template. That's the doctrine in the Hebrew Bible. So God can bestow authority and His name upon creatures, and these creatures can literally just start, based on this, act like God, like, speak in first person and like act in His authority. We believe this about a bunch of prophets. So we believe prophets in general, based on their character, because they're soldiers, but that just because you're following orders doesn't mean they don't have their own characters and dynamics. And based on these characters and dynamics, they could be heavy-handed or they could be very merciful. So, it's up to them as long as they're following the guidelines that God has set up. So God is like, this is the mission, this is what you're going to do, this is it. Now, within the scope of you doing all this, it's optional how you want to deal with the people. Although I don't know how it could have gotten any worse with the Jews, honestly, or with the, I don't know. Jesus went all out on them, cursed them, and prophesied their destruction and the destruction of the temple. Pretty much, he was like done with. Yeah, especially he's doing the profound miracles that he's doing. Even they don't deny his miracles. They're claiming, because he's claiming to be the Son of God. That's what they're accusing him of. He's like, well, if I'm the Son of God, y'all are called gods and judges. So like, why are you gonna hold it against me that the title Son of God? And that's lesser to greater logic if you see it. I mean, that's a rhetorical right there. Someone accusing you're doing idolatry. They're literally worshiping Saturn. Yeah. Does that make sense? But the claim, what the Jews or the Sanhedrin didn't like, is literally that Jesus had a miraculous birth, which God literally did to test them. I believe God, the reason Jesus has no father is because He wanted to expose this. That you believe that's supposed to come from the line of David and Judah, so you tried to constrain everything within the tribe of Judah. That's what you did. And so God is to expose them, and God, Jesus without a father. But yet He's doing these extreme miracles. Now, are you going to believe in Him? Because clearly the miracles He's doing are from God. You can't deny that. Or are you going to deny Him because He has no father? And you don't believe that He should be the Messiah, monarch, the high priest, someone without a father, not from the lineage of Judah and David. What's it going to be? explained to you some of the key reasons on why it's incoherent to believe in his deity. Because no problem, Jesus is divine. That was the claim in the probably second century, even maybe first century, that there were claims of Jesus being divine. And people wanted to believe it, but some people wanted to push with it. There's just no model. Like, how does that make sense? So you see these centuries that follow as an attempt to build that model. And does it succeed? No. I don't believe it succeeds. It actually ends up fracturing the church. Yeah. I don't think it was, I think that is evidence enough that it can't be the case. Yet alone that there was major opposition, like even in Nicaea, Athanasius was alone practically before Nicaea too. So he's just like, I'm literally against all these people. Like the Arians were the ones who were dominating. At least the churches and the near. No problem. I'm trying to bog you down with everything I'm saying.
No, you're fine. I'd love to have this conversation more, but right now.
No worries. I know you're a busy guy. Seems like. Yeah, I added you. Always like engaging in metaphysics and religion ideas. It's more on an objective scale. I hate when it gets emotional. As long as no one's insulting, like we could deal with this as we would talk about physics. Like we can talk about physics and we can talk different theories. Scientists disagree. Doesn't mean we can't. No. You wouldn't get emotional about it though. Why? Because it's a hard science. You don't care like physics. Religion, for some reason, I don't know. People just not academically trained or patient. I don't know.